Board of Education meeting is hereby called to order. We have an extensive speakers list, so we're going to get started this evening. I want to thank the staff and Commissioner Elliott for the Women's History Month celebration, and once again congratulate all of the recipients of the Susan B. Anthony Women's History Award for all of their accomplishments. We're going to start with the act of reverence and pledge allegiance to the flag, and we'll have it led by Commissioner Pop.
Okay. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation,
Under God,
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We have 3 sets of minutes that members received in their packets. February 14th, March 7th, March 14th. I entertain a motion to approve those minutes.
So moved.
Been moved, there a second?
Second.
Been properly moved and seconded. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it. Thank you. We've already done our recognition for the evening, our recognizing our high scholars for Women's History Month. So we will now move to speakers. We have several speakers. I will ask that the speakers please come forward, state your name for the record, and what school you go to. And then I would ask when you hear the beep. We used to have a bell, but now it's like a little, sounds almost like a little school bell. When you hear that beep, I'd ask that you conclude your remarks. And we're going to begin, and because we have several speakers, I ask that people please stick within the time frame. Our first speaker will be, we start with students first, then we go to parents and community. And we're going to start with speakers addressing an agenda item. And for the sake of time, so that way folks don't have to stay around for the whole meeting, I'll then do speakers not addressing an agenda item. But speakers addressing the agenda item, our first speaker will be Natalie Jackson, who's a student. Natalie Jackson here. Is Sephora Jackson here? Is Martine Thomas here? Martine, please come forward. You can come right up to the podium.
My name is Martine Thomas, and I go to Wilson High School. I am in the IB diploma at Wilson, in the IB diploma program, and I'm here on behalf of my junior class because the IB program is in jeopardy of being cut with the new budget plan that is being proposed by the school district. There are about 40 students in my class, and all of us are committed to participating in the program and achieving excellence in the program. We are committed because we have chosen to take these rigorous courses because we want to be challenged. And that's the reason that honors classes and AP classes, and especially classes like the ones offered in the IB program, are important for students to take in the Rochester City School District. Students that are intelligent want to be challenged, and they want to be able to take classes that will challenge them and lead them to further success. Especially in the IB program, the program itself leads to many different opportunities, such as the scholarship at U of R and other scholarships offered throughout the country. Without these scholarships and without the expertise that students gain through the program, many of them would not be able to go to college and pursue their career of choice. I think sometimes there are stereotypes of students that are interested in high-achieving programs, but I have found that in my IB class that it's really a true representation of all the students that live in the city school district. There's racial diversity, socioeconomic diversity, behavioral diversity, any kind of diversity you can think of. Even students who are English language learners are part of the program. They immigrated here as refugees, and because of the program and the things that it's taught them, they will now be able to go on to college and achieve success in this new country. Without the program, this wouldn't have been possible for them because their families don't speak English and they're new to this country and the lifestyle here. And for my other classmates, many of them come from underprivileged families or families where they will be the first to go to college. For them, a program like this is especially important because it will be is that signaling me to stop?
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, we got to get a louder bell. Aziza Johnson.
Hello, my name is Aziza Johnson, and I go to Monroe High School, and I am a youth educator at Safe Sex Inc. And today I'm going to be talking about student and teacher communication and how it is like needed in school. Because me being a senior, I can't really communicate with the teachers how I want to communicate with them because they're so conservative. They want to just do one thing and follow just one thing. They don't want to try to help the students at all. And I just feel like if you want to have kids that want to be intrigued in classes, you need to have the communication because in order for a student to be committed and want to come to class and not skip or just leave out the building or drop out, you need a teacher to intrigue them. And that's how I was because when I was like 9th grade, skipped, did this and that, but 11th and 12th grade year, I had this one teacher, his name was Mr. Preby, and like he got it through my head, like you need to do this if you're trying to be a medical examiner, like you gotta go to school and you gotta, you know what I'm saying? So, and like if more teachers were like him, I would have had 4.0 all through high school, but I don't, but I'm still happy that he just helped me. If more teachers were just like, if they weren't so just uptight and just conservative, if they were just a little loose, it would be better, like to relate with the kids, because it's just like, it's weird. It's like having a pastor teach you about math. It's just like not cool. But that's really all I have to say.
I think that's
Thank
a good
you.
thing. All right. Some pastors are good at teaching them math now. Augusto Magnon. Is Augusto here? That's right. And after Augusto will be Naila Phillips.
Hello, my name's Augusto Malik Mannon. So, hey, how's everyone going tonight? Hope you're doing good. I'm doing well. I'm just here to give a formal thanks to people on the board for the condom accessibility that they put in school. So, thank you guys up here, because it wasn't just us as peer leaders who put condoms in school. It was our collaboration as a team, as them collaborating with the youth who put condoms in school. So I'm just here to say that, because as a peer leader, I cannot reach everybody out of school and give them condoms, but everybody in the school can reach their school health center and get condoms. So you guys should really clap it up for the people on the board for making a good decision.
Thank you. Naila Phillips. Naila Phillips here.
Hello, my name is Naila Phillips. I attend Wilson Foundation, and I am in the IB 7th grade honors class. I enjoy the honors classes because I feel like I'm being challenged. The teachers really push me to my limit. And involving the schedule changes, I feel that our math, language arts, science, and history blocks are necessary because it gives us more practice and guidance from the teachers. Also, I have started discussing college plans with my parents. They explained that it would be very difficult for them to afford it and that I will have to do all I can to be successful in my future. I plan to go to college, and my parents and I agreed on me going or joining the IB program so that I would have a greater opportunity in getting the college experience that I need. I am thinking far ahead because I know that this IB program will greatly affect my successful future. Thank you.
Thank you. Aiden Scortino.
My name is Aiden Shortino. I am currently a 6th grade student, and I have chosen Wilson Foundation as a 7th grade school. I was accepted to both School of the Arts and to Wilson and observed at both. At School of the Arts, I saw that the teacher gave directions and sent the students immediately off to work. There was no time for clarifying questions. One kid had YouTube open on the netbooks they were using, which concerned me because kids were distracted. I did not find that there was an aspect of discussion between the teachers and the students, but there was an aspect of clickiness. School of the Arts arts program was very attractive, but I don't think I would learn as well with the traditional classroom approach. At Wilson, I saw that the teacher gave directions, asked for clarifying questions, and then sent kids off to work. Kids read an article, highlighted important details. They were not distracted. Then the kids discussed the text and asked in-depth questions to the teacher. The teacher answered all the questions to the best of her ability. The kids took their time and work was well done. I liked Wilson much better than Soda, and it is where I will be attending school next year.
Thank you. Eleanor Anderson. Eleanor Anderson will be followed by Webster Keogh.
Hi, I'm Eleanor, and I'm a 6th grade student, and I will be attending Wilson next year as a 7th grader. I got into both School of the Arts and Wilson. I chose Wilson, and these changes will greatly affect this great program. I chose Wilson because I feel it will pose a greater academic challenge for me, and I was excited about the IB program there. This program hasn't even really tried its wings yet. It just started. I feel strongly that if the changes in the schedule were made, that the program wouldn't be able to work as well and it would die. If these changes are made, I feel that Wilson should be exempt from them. But I really don't think these changes should be made, and I just really want to go to Wilson, so I really don't think we should be messing around with a program that shown itself that it can work. So, yeah.
Thank you. Webster Keogh.
Hi, my name is Michelle Amon. I'm not a student. I have to stand in for Deja because unfortunately she could not make it.
I'm a student though. My name is Anaya Goings. I go to Edison Tech. I'm 18.
And we are both part of Youth Voice One Vision, which is part of the City of Rochester Bureau of Recreation and Youth Services. and we are here to talk to you about the Ride Our Wave project. Could you hand those out? We have made posters that show the majority of the city youth are doing positive things and they're doing the right thing. And others should be inspired to have a drug-free and healthy life. We have put these on display at some of the bus stops in the city. Several youth from rec centers in the city, from the Heart Coalition, and from YVOV helped design these posters. As you can see, they all have positive messages about youth volunteering in the community, youth not doing drugs, youth not partaking in alcohol. The information came from the Youth Risk Behavior Survey, which is given out to the Rochester City School District every 2 years. This data is from 2011. We heard that they were thinking of not doing the Youth Risk Behavior Survey again, and we are glad that the district changed its mind. This data helps our youth leadership groups understand the needs of the community and plan better programming. Our request is to have these messages displayed as the screensaver on the computers in the Rochester City School District so that all the youth can see them and the positive message will be spread.
As you can see, they're very colorful, youthful, and have positive messages on them.
Thank you. Anayo Goings? Is Anayo Goings? Oh, that was you? Okay. All right. Winter Holland? Winter? And Dean Morgan?
How you guys doing today? Good. My name is Andy Morgan. 14. I go to Franklin. I'm on the Franklin campus. I go to Integrated Arts and Technology High School. And one of the big problems that I seen at my school was bullying. And that's what I came here today to talk about is bullying. And some main factors of bullying was like taking people's education, like you sit next to somebody's talking, and then you don't get to learn that. You don't get to learn the full lesson because you sit next to somebody that's talking the whole day, and you're not able to hear what they're saying, teacher's saying. So sometimes I'll be wanting to turn around and be like, hey, just be quiet. But I can't, I'm a talker in school too, so. And I think the resolution to solve that problem would be to lower class numbers, the number of classmates in a class. Because right now you got like 24 kids in a class. I think it would better work with like 13, 14.
Thank you. Gina Gonzalez? Ms. Gonzalez? Gina Gonzalez will be followed by Aria Lind.
Hello, my name is Gina Gonzalez, and I go to Northwest College Prep. I'm a member of Citizen U and YVOV. The current project Citizen U is working on is school engagement. Basically, this project is to create a survey and collect information on our school environment. We hope to present this at your next board meeting so that we can make some positive change. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Priya Rains. I go to number 1 school. I'm in 4th grade, and I'm gonna talk about lunch food in the cafeteria. We do not like lunch food because sometimes it's not well cooked, and we don't also like it because what it might be. But we're hoping for that it might have different things like vending machines and fruit salad and others.
Thank you. Aria, Cameo, and Lynn. After Ms. Lynn will be Sarah Yawarski.
My name is Aria Camioni Lind. I am a parent at number 10 school, Dr. Walter Cooper Academy. Good evening, commissioners, Dr. Vargas, neighbors, and friends. I am the PTO president and a school-based planning team parent representative at Dr. Walter Cooper Academy. I come to you tonight because our school community is gravely concerned about the latest version of the facilities modernization plan and the role prescribed to our school in its implementation. We are concerned that our parent-generated position statement was largely ignored in the latest version of the FMP. We are concerned that our successful academic program will be moved out of the southwest side of the city without due consideration for responsible neighborhood management. We are concerned that after the proposed merger with school number 1, our school population will grow to numbers that make the successful implementation of expeditionary learning an improbability. We encourage Dr. Vargas and his staff to create a well-articulated and well-thought-out plan for the futures of both school number 10 and school number 1, and to share it with our two school communities. We ask Dr. Vargas and his staff to collaborate with us in a way that will result in the effective delivery of quality public urban education to our scholars. Thank you for your time.
Sarah Yawarski.
Hi, my name is Sarah Yawarski, and I'm a parent, or a community member, was a parent of a student in the School 10, School 37 building area. And I just want to say I'm just amazed at how well our students can speak. I wish I could do half as well as they did. I should go back to school and work on that. But thank you for listening. It's challenging to argue for School 37 because the reasons for retiring it are still puzzling. Its age and condition are given as reasons, but schools that are older, in worse condition, on worse sites, that require more local funds to renovate, and are farther from where students live are being renovated. The Southwest, we're concerned, will be left with insufficient classrooms for its elementary students anywhere nearby. Students who can't be accommodated in our schools will need to be bused farther than students from any other part of the city to where there are extra spaces. We should be keeping the space we need. We applaud the proposal. We believe the resolution takes a little more time to look at this issue. This is a $1 billion generational endeavor, and it needs to be done right. We hope that as part of that time, we could maybe look at possible better uses for the excess high school space that we seem to have. An intriguing idea is putting business incubators in our high schools, as has been done in places like Oregon and North Carolina. The state Senate just passed legislation to increase funding for business incubators. High schoolers have great ideas, and this wouldn't just be engaging job training, but job and business creation. Our youngest learners, on the other hand, need a different kind of space. They need small school buildings. They need real-world connections to acquire not only awareness of facts, but emotional connections so they care about the world. Our school building, number 37, has what's needed to provide that kind of enriching experience. Our neighborhood is unique, walkable, and culturally rich. We have the U of R, the Genesee River, the Erie Canal, Frederick Olmsted's Genesee Valley Park, and many historic sites, all within easy blocks. There is no other school building that has all of these characteristics. It is troublesome that Rochester Southwest is not really being equitably served by the plan. We were not included in any of the 13 Phase 1 projects, and absurdly, the World of Inquiry School was designated the only Southwest Quadrant school, which has got to be some kind of bureaucratic geography because they're in the northeast side of the city. Unfortunately, without a more logical explanation for closing Building 37, it looks like just an excuse to move the expeditionary learning program. While I don't want to believe that's the case, this was a significant problem in Rochester's history. Even looking back 163 years, it took a state law in 1850 to require Rochester to consolidate its ward-based districts into one to try to fix the inequity in distribution of school funds. Today, moving the only expeditionary learning program that's west of the Genesee over to the east side would seem to be a recurrence of that story, bringing the total number of EL schools on the east side to 5 and leaving us with none. Losing the 37 building would be a waste of a great community asset. It's so appropriate that the school is named for Rochesterian Lewis Morgan, a pioneering American anthropologist who was all about change, teaching that to understand who we are and where we're going, we have to know where we came from. Thank you.
Thank you. John Bliss. John Bliss. Kate Cressman-Kehoe.
My name is Kate Cressman-Kehoe, and I'm the president of the Wilson Foundation Academy, PTSA. Thank you, Chairman Evans, Commissioners, and Superintendent Vargas for this opportunity to speak. And thank you particularly for letting us speak early. I'm here to ask you to demonstrate, not just say, that the commitment to the International Baccalaureate Program and to offering academic excellence in the Rochester City School District is real. What would demonstrating that commitment look like? It would look like developing policies hand in hand with the IB coordinators, not dictating to them. It would look like having programs to meet the special needs of academically minded students. It would look like maintaining those programs year after year, not cutting their budgets. It would look like having a clear and reliable path for academically minded students to be sure that they could get into academically strong programs. What it would not look like is what I've seen, especially in the past few weeks. I've heard many statements about commitment to rigor and to the International Baccalaureate framework, but what I see demonstrated is a series of decisions that undermine both. Top-down scheduling mandates that make it impossible to meet the IB requirements, upper limits on what kind of enrichment teachers can offer, and severe budget cuts. It feels like there's an underlying problem, and to explain it, I'll have to quote George W. Bush, one of my least favorite people. He, or rather his speechwriter, coined a phrase that I didn't understand until my son had been in the city school district for a while: the soft bigotry of low expectations. I never used to understand what that meant. But after a while of trying to advocate for what I felt was best for students who were motivated by learning, it became clear. There are people, including some who are in position of setting academic policy, who don't think that the children in this district can be scholars. And I know that they're wrong because I've seen those children from all kinds of backgrounds, not just backgrounds like mine, in the IB program at Wilson Foundation Academy. What I've come to understand is that there's an unspoken belief that if you create a program for academic excellence, it will only attract white middle-class children, which of course is partly true. Of course, students who come from families with more resources will do well. But the unspoken second part is not true. It is not true that if you invest in programs that offer academic excellence, then you are only taking away from the other children in the district. It is additive, not subtractive. When there are stronger programs, all the scholars benefit. All the scholars have something to shoot for, because there are a lot of scholars in this district. My kid will be fine. If you break the RCSD path to academic excellence, we'll just send him down another. My family has that choice. but many children in this district, scholars with a lot of potential, don't. For their sake, I urge you to do everything you can to preserve a quality IB program in the city of Rochester. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Eleanor Coleman.
My name's Eleanor Coleman. I'm a grandparent of a child at School 29 and a proud parent of 3 graduates of the Rochester City School District. I'm here to advocate for the Freedom School at School 29. We've had a whole team working on this since last May when my daughter brought the idea of a Freedom School in the Southwest to me. We've had parent meetings, community meetings since last June. Part of the team is Kiana Rice. She's a Rochester City School District teacher. She has 7 years experience with Freedom Schools. She's been an Ella Baker trainer for 4 years, and she is currently a CDF Children's Defense Fund consultant and national trainer. Another person that's with this project is Dr. Nancy Ayers. She's with the U of R Warner School because we wanted to make sure that there was evaluation and assessment built into the model. But what's nice about Dr. Ayers is that she also has specializes in community input and parent engagement. So the evaluation will be much broader than just are you reading better at the end of the program. I went to the orientation in October, and the major takeaway I got from that was that it's a package deal. This school is something you need to follow the model. It has a Rambe in the morning, it has the integrated reading curriculum, and the afternoon classes are to support community engagement and social action that they're learning about in the morning. So it's a full day, and this team that's been working together for 9 months is prepared to promote the program in that manner. I picked School 29 for a few reasons. One is they've got a long history of community engagement. The Southwest Community Roundtable meets there monthly. We have an email distribution list of 295. We get information out into the community about what's going on in Southwest Rochester. It's a very welcoming environment. I go in to see my grandson, no big deal. Just walk right into the class, hang with the kids, very, very welcoming. The administration was very, very enthusiastic. They immediately pulled together 7 classrooms. We only need 5. They wanted to make sure there was 1 classroom for the parents. The model requires you to have a strong parent contingency. Last February, I asked, because we have several teachers involved, if there would be professional development funds. I was told there are. I sent an email, I sent a follow-up. I'm here to get a commitment because I haven't heard from that, and it's really hard to plan the whole full budget when we don't know what the city school district side is going to be. In March, the takeaway from that orientation training, I went to the project director training, was that youth made this happen. Youth were the ones that sat at the tables, at the counters with waves of more youth coming when youth were arrested. So I think it's important that we have that energy as part of moving forward. What I'm asking for is support to take us seriously, this team, just because we are not under a particular, we are connected to the Frederick Douglass Resource Center, but I think our energy is what you should be looking at, and the fact that we've stayed committed to this model for 9 months and have every intention of pulling it off by the summer. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Coleman. Sharon Perry.
Hello, my name is Sharon Terry. I'm a parent of 6 children in the city school district, and I'm also a parent of the RIY, Reinventing in Youth, and I'm here advocating on the part of, as a parent, for the Freedom School. I'm also a support leader for the parents in the RIY program. Well, I really like the program, and the people that I've dealt with in the last couple of months, that's engaged in this project. I really felt encouraged to send my son to 29 school because the Freedom School is gonna be there. And I really trust this team of people. We met with them, the parents of RIY, met with the team, and they're also putting mentoring into the program as well. And I felt as a parent that meant a lot for the kids to have trust the people that's teaching them. And also, a lot of our children have very low reading levels, and it's really not addressed the way that it should be. So I think that them coming in and the Freedom School coming in and taking these kids and trying to work with them hand in hand, and also giving them other things to deal with, like other activities in the process, I think it's an awesome program. And I'm really encouraging that this program stays at 29. And I just want to say, I think it's very important to me for the teachers and the tutorers to have a relationship with my child. My child has been in the past disengaged with teachers and other faculty. When he met them, their team, and their mentors, it gave me and my son hope that his reading levels can go further because he already have a relationship with this team and this staff. And I just ask that, you know, you hear that what I'm saying as a parent, because I'm involved with my children and what they're doing in these schools. And I just ask that you support the team that's obviously wanting to support children who have low reading levels.
Thank you. Diane, Carrie Coleman. Is Carrie Coleman here? Carrie Coleman, okay. Diana Carter.
Thank you. My name is Diana Carter. I was born in this city and have lived most of my life in the Rochester area, the last 25 years within the city limits. I have 3 children, 2 at School of the Arts and 1 at Wilson Foundation. I'm here today to share my concerns about centralized scheduling, the Common Core, and how the 2 of them could harm the International Baccalaureate program at Wilson Foundation and Commencement. I would like to start by asking all of you to look down for a second. Please indulge me. Notice what's under your feet. The floor. Now, please look up for a second and see the ceiling. Floor supporting us, ceiling above us. Educational reform has confused which is which. My understanding of the Common Core curriculum is that it is a floor that needs to be raised to bring students to the level where they should be to succeed in life. The proposed central schedule has all schools teaching the same things in the same order for the same amount of time. That turns Common Core into a ceiling, a limit preventing schools from succeeding too much. Schools will be cut from 9 periods a day to 8 under the central scheduling plan. Fewer periods make it impossible for students to fit in all the requirements of the IB program. The Wilson schools could lose their IB licenses. Under the Common Core, the central office tells us students also would not be allowed to take accelerated courses except in very limited situations. What I've just described is a floor that holds students down instead of supporting them. My husband and I opted to send our son Peter to Wilson Foundation because of its rigorous IB program. Like all of us need air to breathe, this child needed extra academic challenge to thrive. We shouldn't have to leave the district like many others have to find that for him. Because Peter's at Wilson, he's taking 10th grade math in 8th grade. He and other students can handle it, and the school has the flexibility to offer it. Because he's at Wilson, he's taking U.S. history in 8th grade instead of 11th. He and the other students can handle it, and they're passing at a rate exceeding 90%. Please do not harm the IB program. It works. You can choose to support a stellar program by offering some flexibility, or you can create a system where all schools move in lockstep toward mediocrity or worse. You may think it's not fair to allow a school to go its own way, but think about this. If all the children in a village need shoes, is it really fair to give them all the same size shoes? I believe this district has the creativity and brainpower to meet the requirements of Common Core and IB. We can find the right size shoes for all our students, and we must build a floor that is not a ceiling. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff Scortino. Mr. Scortino will be followed by Wayne Phillips.
Thank you. I'm a charter school parent, and my son Aiden, you heard from earlier, is planning on going to Wilson Foundation for 7th grade. And Dr. Vargas, I've read you talking about how it's important that the school district look at, sort of competitively at trying to attract families who are in charter schools. And in many families that I know also, moving to other districts is another option they look at that's in competition with the RCSD. So I was, very distressed. Martin Luther King said that budgets are moral documents, that if you really want to see the priorities of a civilization, a society, you need to look at their budgets. And so a 28% reduction in 1 year of the Wilson Foundation budget, to me, speaks volumes about where you're putting your values in terms of that school. But I'm going to just tell quickly my story. So about 3 years ago, knowing that a choice would be coming up for my oldest child, I started doing a lot of research and reading about different types of schools for secondary schools to see what was, in my mind, the best school for our family to go to. And I bumped into an alumni from our charter school at a picnic, the end of the year picnic, who happens to be sitting right over there. She told me a wonderful tale of how IB was just the best thing to do following an expeditionary learning school, and how the approach was similar, and how they're developing the whole child, and they're paying attention to the non-cognitive aspects of education, and how they're learning how to be leaders and all these great things. And having grown up in the area, I'd always known Wilson was a good school, and I started to pay more and more attention, and I started to hear more and more good things. But the other parents at my school weren't paying as much attention to that, and as we got closer to the choice time, I started talking it up a little bit about Wilson, and people were just not quite seeing it. So I thought, well, there are some good things happening in the school district, and someone's got to spread the word to people. So I decided to organize a question and answer session with alumni from the charter school who've gone to Wilson, and Sophie was kind enough to participate in that. And by the end of the night, one of the siblings of one of the kids who was considering going to Wilson, who was in the urban-suburban program at Brighton, has been actively lobbying her parents to go to Wilson. It's been, 2 months? And last I heard from Aiden, he said, she's really getting hard about trying to get into Wilson. So this is a very competitive program. It has a lot of great things about it, and the IB certification is a great recognition of all the great work that the school district's done in developing the program. And it's also a great assurance for parents that moving forward, the program will continue to be great as long as our kids are in there. We all hear stories about pressures in the district and how bad things can happen to some schools, and that certification is very important. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Wayne Phillips. After Mr. Phillips, we will have Eric Anderson.
Give them to the clerk. Give them to the clerk.
Good evening. My name is Wayne Phillips, and I'm the proud parent of Jelani, who is a second grader at school number 12's bilingual OLA program, and Naila, who is a 7th grader at Wilson Foundation's Academy's IB program. I'm addressing the board tonight because I'm concerned that a district decision to centralize class schedules could jeopardize one of our highly esteemed programs and lead to the further flight of our most talented students. The International Baccalaureate program at Wilson offers my daughter and other students like her a challenging curriculum with a global focus. This program gains accreditation based on several factors, including course offerings, high student expectations, and strict adherence to the IB model. Its participants are coveted by institutions of higher learning, as evidenced by U of R's policy of waiving tuition for IB graduates. The IB students achieve college and career readiness through a program of high academic rigor. In order to gain all of this, the IB programs at Wilson Foundation Academy and Commencement Academy must work in a different manner than other programs. Adherence to the IB model means that certain courses must be offered in a different sequence from the rest of the district. In many situations, IB students will complete required courses before other students of the same grade level. The IB model also mandates a 9-period day in order to accelerate some course areas and to deepen our students' understanding of others. If both Wilson schools are required to change to an 8-period day, they will not be able to offer the IB program with fidelity. The IB accreditation will be relinquished, and our school district will lose a valuable and successful course of study. We will have fewer opportunities to present to parents like myself who may be considering other alternatives, such as charter schools or urban suburban programs. And again, we lose the cream of the crop. If our goals as a district include college and career readiness, and we are attempting to achieve this through academic rigor, then Wilson IB's program at both the Foundation and Commencement Academy should be championed. Please give both academies exemption from centralized scheduling. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. Eric Anderson.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
So I'm a parent of a 6th grader, and so much of this year has been consumed with one big question. Where is my daughter going to school next year? And as a family, we've explored charter schools, we've explored private schools, and we've explored the district's offerings. And I think it should be noted that the board should be pleased to hear that the district offers a number of options for families that make thinking of a district school not just a last choice, but a first choice. And for our family, the choice came down to School of the Arts and Wilson Foundation. And it's an amazing set of choices to have. I mean, everybody knows about SODA's arts programs. And if you've ever been to a performance there, you're just dazzled by what those students can do. And Wilson offers this International Baccalaureate program, which a number of speakers have already talked about. Now, my daughter successfully auditioned at SODA, and she got in there. And she went down Wilson as her first choice, and our choice was for her to go to Wilson. Now, IB is the reason why we chose Wilson. It's a rigorous program. People have talked about that. It's an emphasis on literacy and mathematical skills, a very solid basis, a long-term history. But then almost immediately after making this decision, we find out about the proposed budget and the operating plan with calls for making changes to the program that Wilson PTSA believes, a number of speakers here have talked on this, that make it impossible for the school to maintain this middle year's program certification. So I'm going to ask the board and district officials to maintain the IB or middle year's program as it was originally certified, which apparently has just happened in the past year. And let it maintain that and let it grow and let it operate long enough so that people can make a reasoned determination that it's an effective program at increasing student achievement and perhaps convincing more parents that the district is a great choice for their child. Now, after reading a summary of the operational plan for the district, I think the common schedule can make sense for a lot of those schools that really need it. Now, the IB program, when followed with fidelity, meets or even exceeds Common Core standards. And in fact, developers of the Common Core Standards Group use International Baccalaureate as a benchmark for determining if Common Core was in fact going to work. So Common Core looks to IB more than IB looks to Common Core. There's no need to change Wilson Foundation's schedule or Wilson Commencement's schedule because it's already been recognized as a program that aligns with the Common Core and in fact may well exceed its requirements. The district's motto says that every child is a work of art and that we're trying to create a masterpiece. And I would suggest that not every masterpiece can be created in the same way. If 8 periods is the way to go for students that need it, then let's do that. But if the district offers programs, and we've heard about a number of them tonight, that need a different schedule, and those programs can align with or exceed standards, then please let them keep that flexibility. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. James Thompson. Or as I call him, Jim Thompson.
Thank you. Good evening, board members. Good evening, folks, community folks. I came to support the IB program to offer, and there you go, Superintendent Vargas. It appears that the school district's new regulations, or the regulations about Common Core, would pretty much dismantle the IB program. This dismantling destroys the work that teachers have done for the past 2.5 years to bring the curriculum to IB standards. As has been pointed out before, the IB program is a program that itself holds a lot of weight and is used to, the city school district has been able to use it to help justify some of its programs. It's in 185 countries. It's a worldwide program. It's a best practice. The district likes to use best practices. It's something that does work. So why wouldn't we want to take special care for it instead of rolling it under some blanket strategy? I think the IB program does deserve an exemption. I have a vested interest because my granddaughter, of course, is going. She's a 7th grader there and just began the IB program. She loves it. I've questioned her about some of the things that she's learning in American history, for example, and it seems to be a more holistic, less whitewashed version of it. She's actually able to use critical thinking about some of what she's learning. Also, what's wrong with kids learning a couple languages? It would help Americans get along better with people if we saw other people's points of view. As far as the program being following the core program, the problem is that the Wilson Foundation and Wilson Academy, according to Dr. Vargas, are priority schools, which means that they have to follow certain requirements in order to come up to standards to be qualified. This is why they need an exemption. If there is some wiggle room in there, then I would encourage the board and Dr. Vargas to call a meeting of parents so that they can talk about what can be done to change this. All the parents need to be looking at this together to give input. It's terrible to throw away the baby with the bathwater. It's a program that can really help people. If 9 periods are needed, people have worked out a way to shorten some of the periods and lengthen others so that all the requirements can be worked out. And I think that needs to be looked at. Children who want to do more advanced work, again, should not be forced under the glass ceiling. So please make it a priority to include the IB program in the future in the school district. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Shirley Thompson, our former president of the board. Shirley, I thought you were coming to take over the meeting tonight. You can take my seat so I can go home early.
Thank you, no. Good evening, everybody. I don't have prepared remarks. I was going to initially follow my instinct, which was to advocate for my granddaughter, who's a 7th grader in the IB program. Jim and I, we have 3 adult children who have graduated from the city school district, and we have 2 of our 3 grandchildren now attending. So we're committed to the city, we're committed to the school district. But when I was thinking about what I wanted to say tonight, I realized, well, I thought back to when I was in your position back in the dark ages, sitting on the board, and I remembered thinking that everyone, all parents, always talked about, yes, we want the school district to succeed, we want the best programs, we want what's best for the school district. for all children. We want them all to learn, as long as my child doesn't suffer as a result of all children learning. And so that helped me realize that what I want to say to you tonight is, you've heard all the convincing reasons why the IB program's good, why it ought to be kept, whether it's the Freedom School number 29. You know, you've heard all the reasons from everyone why valuable programs should be kept. So what I'm going to ask you to do is just your job with the superintendent, with the stakeholders in the schools, and amongst the board. Hash it all out. I was led to believe, as a result of a brief conversation today, that there is a way to work out the issues with the IB program and the non-IB programs. And so I'm just going to ask you to go back to the drawing board and do that, because that's what the community expects, and that's what I know you're capable of. So I understand that it's not a matter of economics. I understand that there are issues around the IB program being a priority school. I understand there are issues around scheduling. You know all of that. So just please go back to the drawing board, do what you do well, and make sure that you engage all the stakeholders so that you can have as much buy-in as possible and you can serve the entire district, including those highly valued programs well. Thank you.
Thank you. Jane Sharon.
Good evening. My name is Jane Sharon, and I am the parent of a World of Inquiry 10th grader and a Wilson Foundation Academy 8th grader. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm here to speak about the issues surrounding the IB program at Wilson. I think we can all agree that the merits of the IB program and its importance of maintaining such a program in the district. However, there appears to be a disconnect between the parents and administrators as to how Wilson can maintain its certification given the constraints of the new Common Core curriculum. When discussions turn to the specifics, things seem to break down, and we are left with more questions than answers. The concern I have is that while the district seems to support the IB program, when it comes right down to it, the roadblocks and concerns that parents have identified and raised may not be able to be resolved, and we will find ourselves without the certification and thus no IB program. This will be frustrating to students who have chosen this academic path, are more than capable of attaining the IB diploma, thought they had everything set for the next 4 or 7 years, depending on when they came into the program, only to find out that their path may need to change. A related issue is the offering of accelerated classes. If you deny the students who are more than qualified the opportunity to take courses above their grade level, you will lose those students. We need to make sure the needs of all students are met, all students. In closing, what I'm asking is that administrators, principals, and parents sit down together to hash out the details of how the IB can retain its certification. Failing that, if Common Core cannot accommodate the IB curriculum, I feel it's in the best interest of everyone that we find out now versus later. Thank you.
Thank you. Maureen George.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I wanted to say thank you to everybody for your thoughtful remarks. I feel like I'm just going to echo much of what's been said already, so bear with me. My name is Maureen George. I'm the parent of a student at World of Inquiry School number 58. I also serve as the parent representative on the World of Inquiry school-based planning team. My family believes in the model of expeditionary learning. We've seen firsthand the benefits of inquiry-based learning, and we know that you have, in the past, pledged your support to continue the excellent programming within our school. I come to you tonight after reviewing the current budget proposal. The document, as it has been presented to our school, is very confusing to our parent community. We reach out to you tonight to outline our concerns in the hopes that we can work together to continue the good work that is being done within our school walls. As you may know, our school is growing out. We're currently a K through 10 school, and we are adding 11th grade next year. More than 100 new students will be joining us. The current budget does not reflect this significant increase in students. Currently, the budget shows that while we are increasing our enrollment, we will be decreasing our teachers by 6 full-time positions. In addition, as we grow out, our school is to reduce the art teacher position and to completely eliminate the position for instrumental music. As I now understand it, these positions are being centralized. That was not made clear in the original draft of the document. The parent community at 58 would like your assurance that our teachers, in spite of being centralized, will return to our school. We value them as community members, and they've already been trained and are familiar with the expeditionary learning model at World of Inquiry School. We would like to work together collaboratively with this board and with central office to ensure that our learning community continues to grow out along the path that was set out for it. Our school needs to continue to meet EL mandates in order to succeed, and our parent community is very concerned that the current budget does not provide for this. Like everybody here tonight, the World of Inquiry families are seeking stability as we move forward together during challenging times. We look to you to help us maintain the vision and implementation of expeditionary learning at School 58 with continued fidelity. Our hope is that you will continue to support the World of Inquiry School and other schools like ours, schools that have unique educational models. We know that you have encouraged successes that these schools continue to bring to our district students. Schools like ours are keeping families in the district, but we still need your support. The School 58 community strongly believes that we have the potential to create an amazing learning environment for all RCSD students, and that this will be well worth maintaining the staffing that we are desperately in need of. I would like to sincerely thank you for your accessibility and for continuing to involve students, parents, and teachers in these budget discussions. We look forward to growing, learning, and continuing the good work of expeditionary learning for our current and future RCSD scholars. Thank you.
Thank you. David Frazier. David Frazier. David Frazier.
I was fifth in my class. My twin sister was fourth. She was a little smarter than I was. And she went to Geneseo. I went to Hamilton. The others went to various state schools. But the reason I came here was to discuss briefly, I guess I got about a number of seconds to say something.
You got a little more than that, Mr. Frazier.
Thank you. Now, this is serious. The condom thing is what brought me here. Now, this little pamphlet from, based on the references are from the most current research available through the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention as of April 2008, called Condom Sense. But this is a sentence that got me worried. Condoms can never protect you against all STIs because many STIs are spread from areas that condoms don't cover. These include genital herpes, syphilis, and chancroid. Condoms are not perfect either. They slip or break 1.1, 1.6 to 3.6% of the time. We studied. We didn't worry about these kinds of issues. There was no such thing as condoms talked about. The only thing that happened in my class was David Hager, they provided a smoking area for the kids. Well, he died of lung cancer many years later. Now, what kind of morals is this? I don't want to come to a city school where they're telling a kid, look, you can have your cake and eat it too. You know, you want to have a little pleasure? Well, just do this little thing and everything will be just coming up roses. I understand I'm not a woman, but I'm engaged to a woman for the first time, and I'm glad I waited. It had nothing to do with condoms. I wanted the real thing. She's 36 on May 28th, and I'm 69 on September 10th. She's black and I'm white, and I waited 62 years, and I was so glad I waited. So I advise, on this particular issue, get real. You know, there's nothing that you can't do when you, for example, pay attention to this scripture. Whoso causeth the righteous to go astray in an evil way, he shall fall himself into his own pit. But the upright shall have good things in possession, Proverbs 28:10. I think my personal conviction is, I've written Dr. Vargas about it, ad nauseum. I beat him over the head sometimes in private. You've got to give something that other schools, charter schools, are nothing at all. You've got to give them what they had in previous days. I mean, the old paths are the better paths. And the one thing they had that I thought was good was the Regent's Prayer. It came out in 1947, and I was in 5th grade in 1954. Grace E. Taylor, I mentioned this at a board meeting once before, or the city council meeting, I forgot which. Almighty God, we acknowledge our dependence upon thee. We beg thy blessing upon us, our parents, our teachers, and our country. She was the only teacher in all the grammar schools, or the high schools for that matter, that said this prayer. It wasn't a requirement, it was allowed. And she was the best teacher in grammar school I ever had. She was about ready to retire, but her eyes still sparkled, and she depended on right things, etc. So honor to God and honor from God. If you honor God, he'll honor you with a first-rate A1A public school system, which is the core of our country anyway. All these splinter groups are going to divide everybody into little groups that can't get together on almost anything, and they think. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Nancy Ayers. Nancy Ayers will be followed by Alonzo Henry.
Hello, I'm Nancy Ayers from the Warner School of Education at the University of Rochester. I'm speaking as a member of the Southwest community, a parent of 2 Rochester City School District graduates, and an education researcher. I'm partnering with in the development of the Freedom School at School 29, and that is also supported by the Frederick Douglass Resource Center. This partnership brings together a whole array of people and organizations, both locally but also nationally, and it promises to provide rigorous information about how and why the program works. Working as a team with youth, families, and community members, as well as Freedom School staff, we plan to and will integrate youth, families, community members, and school educators in evaluation and research processes, so the work is grounded in these stakeholders' experiences and their goals for their children and their communities. The evaluation research that we will conduct uses a mixed methods approach so that we get a very comprehensive understanding of the program. We have development in place, or in progress, of systematic and rigorous assessments of a number of Freedom School programs or aspects of it. The instruments used to date by the Children's Defense Fund for Freedom Schools are largely focused on large-scale measures of reading assessments. Those are valuable, but broader dimensions of literacy, as well as other aspects of child and youth learning and development, are needed. The team we're pulling together has the expertise to do that, and the community members, staff, and school and families have the desire also to be involved in this. The Director of Statistics and Evaluation, Dr. Young-Jun Park at the CDF, and I are partnering in applying for grants to the WT Grant Foundation and the Ford Foundation to develop special assessments, culturally relevant assessments that acknowledge the linguistic, cultural, and social resources of children in their community, and those resources are important for learning and development rather than as barriers to be overcome. Assessments of multiple dimensions of youth identity and social development, including literacy, of course, but also critical thinking, civic engagement, and other aspects of democratic citizenship. Also, there will be assessments of community engagement and input into the Freedom School, including the beliefs of the staff and families that they together have the capability to improve the learning and development of youth of the Freedom Schools, as well as the communities those students come from. The Freedom School at School 29 can serve as a central site for this work and as a model of community and school partnerships that support neighborhood and city and youth development. That it's got a national connection to the CDF, I think, is an important development now, that we're seen as a place that can expand and extend what the CDF understands about how its programs work. And in a larger sense, we can provide information to school districts across the country and teachers as well and families about how this important program can work and benefit all involved. So this is a really powerful team at School 29, and I hope that you follow through on your commitment to the Freedom School model. Thank you.
Thank you. Alonzo Henry. Jessica Coleman will follow Alonzo Henry.
My name is Alonzo Henry, and I'm with Reinvesting in Youth with Hillside, and I'm also a social worker at Wilson Foundation. I mean, with Swan, but I work in Wilson Foundation Academy. And I'm here to support the Freedom School, and the reason why is that I work with mostly disengaged youth from the city school district, and one thing they all have in common is they struggle in reading. They're reading way below level. And the Freedom Schools address that. And we keep hearing that, you know, African Americans have a low graduation rate. Well, how can you graduate when you can't read? I mean, so, and the Freedom Schools address that. And the first time I went and spent the day in the Freedom School, I was so excited. I mean, how the energy and the enthusiasm and watching these kids read and how they engage with in the Freedom School, I was excited. And I was one of the ones that went back and went to Swan, and we started a parent group. And we also started, and this was like 6 or 7 months ago when we thought the Freedom School was coming to Swan. And then something happened, it's not going, and we heard it was going to 29 School. So we wanted to support the 29 School, Freedom School. So we had the parent group in place, we had the mentoring aspect in place. And I mean, we were really excited. I had the parent, we had a meeting, we had a standing room only, the parents was excited, and there's a lot of energy going around with as far as the Freedom School is concerned. And I asked the board to really consider looking at the Freedom School and backing the Freedom School. And if it's not at 29, at 19 or wherever it's going to be, that you engage the community to get their input into this Freedom School. And I hope you really take this into consideration. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Henry. Jessica Coleman. And after Jessica Coleman will be Latrell Jackson.
Hi, my name is Jessica Coleman. I am a graduate of the City School District. I graduated from Wilson C. Magnet High School. I went to Monroe Middle School, and I also went to 37, which is now 10 School. I love the school district. I am a graduate of SUNY New Paltz. In 2009, I got my degree in Black Studies. And in my last year in school, I came home on Christmas break. I found out that there was a meeting going on about school suspension rates, and I was like, oh, I'm all there. So I went to this meeting, and I saw in the first row, there were all these students in the first row of a meeting about suspension with the school district. And so my mother, Eleanor Coleman, knew that these students were involved in the Freedom School program. So afterward, I met with George Moses, found out more about the program. The very next day, I went to Harambe. I, like Alonzo, was just completely moved by this program. Just an amazing experience, and it was something that I knew I needed to be a part of. After that, George Moses helped me to get involved with the Youth Advocacy Leadership Training Program, which is also a part of the CDF program. And after that, when I graduated from school, I quickly came back and applied for the Freedom School for that summer. I went to training, and I worked in the summer of 2009 with the NEED program. I've been involved due to other work that I was doing. I wasn't able to work the program for 2 years, and then I came back last summer and was able to come back. And as I was riding my bike from the southwest of Rochester to the northeast of Rochester, I started thinking I would love to have something like this in my own neighborhood, and I know how useful it would be in my neighborhood. At the NEED program last summer and in the past couple of years, we've had a connection with a housing project in the southwest side, and we take students, the NEED program takes students from the southwest and buses them over to the northeast. And so that alone really made me think this is right down the street from 29 School, where we'd like to have this program, a school that is perfectly, like, would love, open arms, just wants to take these babies in and love them. And so since last summer, we have been working and just really wanting to get this program, and we've really gotten a lot of community support from the RIY program, from members within the neighborhood, and from 29 School, and just having the leadership of 29 School be so open and welcoming and wanting this program to be at their school, and the connection that we've had with the NEED program, a program that's been around, as you all know. I mean, I've seen you all at Harambe. I've introduced some of you at Harambe. You know how wonderful this program is. You know how vital it is for these students who have been a part of it. And this would just be amazing to have throughout the city of Rochester. So we've been in connection with the NEED program and really trying to use them as a strong resource. We've created a Freedom School Consortium so that any Freedom School that comes up in the Rochester area can be a part of this, and that we can support each other, bounce ideas off of each other. And we really want to go about this the right way. So today we are looking to hear what type of support we can get from the city school district, because we are very serious about this, and members of your community are very serious about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Latrell Jackson. Latrell Jackson. David Dunwoody. David Dunwoody. Rachel Dobbs.
Hello, I haven't been here for a while. Good evening, everyone. I'm Rachel Dobbs. I am here as a representative from the music department to share all our good news for the month. March is Music in Our Schools Month, and we have made the most of it. In addition to various school assemblies and concerts that have been held, students in 3rd and 5th grade visited Eastman Theater to hear the RPO's children's programming. These programs have become better and better over the years, and students and teachers really raved about them this year in particular. I especially enjoyed attending with 3rd graders and witnessing their reaction to the beauty of the theater. They were impressed just by the stairway. So by the time we got to the balcony and walked in to see the chandelier, they were speechless. The programs were really interactive, and we're always really grateful to be able to participate in these. And at my school, number 4, we are having a banner year for music. Our programming was reduced last year with only string instruction offered as for instrumental. We are pleased that we have both band and orchestra again, even though it's just a short time each week. As many students as possible are accommodated, and many interested students are on the waiting list. We are fielding 2 choirs this year, and membership in each is over 80 students. Our primary choir sang on WXXI's Citywide Holiday Program and at the City Hall tree lighting. So does senior choir also sang there and inspired my students and their parents. And our intermediate choir is preparing to sing at the Lilac Festival this year. We have gotten a classroom set of ukuleles through some fundraising and working with Bernunzio's Uptown Music. And that's been some of the nicest days we've had in music, just strumming and singing. The students read chord charts, they're helping each other, they're experimenting, and they're hearing many different styles of music. And I'm hoping to have some performing artists come in to visit us as well. We play the recorders. We're developing beautiful controlled sounds, coordinating eyes and brains and breath and fingers, reading music, and we have the incredible fortune of getting a class set of electronic keyboards. I have never, I thought the ukuleles would be the tops, but the keyboards they're over the top. I've always known the benefits of playing piano for focus and concentration, expression, enjoyment, but I've only just begun to really realize the other benefits that transfer to the skills that students work on in other subjects: pattern recognition, directionality, symmetry, self-control, fine motor, and even telling time, because they are desperate to know when they get their free time. They have to read the clock to find that out. I'm hoping to write a grant to get some piano books that we can use to make it seem a little more formal. And finally, we had our all-city ensembles, 2 concerts that featured over 400 students in 2 orchestras, 3 bands, and an elementary chorus. There were over 40 teachers who participated in the performances. They were organizing students and materials and moving equipment. We had a big, enthusiastic crowd, and we were very happy to hear Dr. Vargas's greeting and his support for our music department and about how he was going to be keeping these programs in our schools on par with places like Penfield, just promising that our students will have access to these things. So we're looking forward to the future, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Stobbs. Thank you all. I just wanted to say before we take a brief recess, I know some folks spoke about the FMP. I think you'll see the resolution tonight talks about schools 41, 10, and 1, and it gives more time to come up with a more concrete plan on how we're going to move there. And before we take a brief recess, I wanted to give Dr. Vargas the opportunity to respond to a concern that many folks from my alma mater have just expressed tonight around the Wilson IB program.
I just wanted to say thank you for coming tonight and sharing your concern. On behalf of the board and myself, and I could assure you that the board and my interests and your interests, we share the interest of continuing with the IB program at Wilson. We will not take any step that would diminish the vitality of that program, number one. Number two, I think that there's some misunderstanding, to which I welcome the invitation to meet with parents, and I do think I need also the administration and teachers and staff of both schools and have a dialogue about what the issues are. What I can guarantee you right now is that we will not do anything to harm the program or that the opportunity for children are not there. Let me say, number one, we're looking for strengthening the program, not necessarily weakening the program. Number two, you need to judge us on that goal, not necessarily in all practice that I do believe have contributed to some situation in which the Wilson, particularly the high school, it found itself today. So I will be giving to you the data of that school and also each child here. In particular, I love the children. No child will go on without the opportunity if he or she can take advantage of advanced courses, not to take them. However, I will tell you that I do know a little bit about college placement. And you should not allow a child to take the math exam, score 65, and let's say move on. Now, you could, but I want to have a conversation with parents about what the implication may or might not be. And let me just say that also the IB certification will not be in jeopardy. And it's not in jeopardy. Actually, they are very clear into what the criteria are. So we will be scheduling a meeting with you. We appreciate you coming here. But I will ask you that until we have that discussion, that we hold our judgment, including my own one. And this is why. I think that when people hear misinformation, not necessarily that you are putting misinformation there, but I do think that there are some, and there's a risk that by putting misinformation, some parents that are considering coming into an IB program or into a district program, they might say, well, there's no clarity here, and it might do more harm to the school than it deserves. So my hope is that we can sit down very soon, perhaps within the next week or two. The board won't vote on the proposed schedule until May. It's my understanding, right?
Right.
So we have about 6 weeks. And if we are not able to clarify or to come to a common understanding, I'll be the first one behind you saying, you know, we need to continue to say what we're saying. But at the end of the day, we will work this out in a way that is congruent with the reality for each child and the school, not necessarily by my own belief or anyone else's belief. Thank you so much again.
Thank you. We're going to take a brief 5-minute recess for the calls.
Okay, I think are the computer working okay?
Mr. Superintendent, your report, and the good thing is that we got it in front of us.
No, it doesn't work. This side not working. These two are working, the other one's on the side. Oh, okay. Anyhow, the best part of the agenda is over because our parents are gone, so. Thank you, President Evans. What you have before you, I want to give you an update about the policy that you passed in August of 2012 concerning recruitment of a diverse workforce. This is just an update. I'm going to be very brief because I understand some people like basketball, including myself. So, I do. In the first page, I give to you the outline of the spirit and of the law in terms of hiring practice that you want to. Let me just highlight one of the important components of that policy, that is to give future employee that will come to the district an incentive that is congruent with the effort in the city of $3,000, as you know. I think that we need to, and we'll continue to publicize that to attract highly talented people to work for our district. That's one of our goals. We are going to continue to work with the city to work on the matching grant for $3,000. We will, once the agreement is agreed to it, that we can also take advantage in publicizing that, and that the city also could list us as a participant in that program. So we intend to progress, following the new policy. Last December, we hired an individual just to recruit highly talented, diverse workforce. And to this day, we have been very proactive in our effort. Part of our new tool of recruiting people is that resident incentive. And so far, I could tell you that we have updated also our webpage and the HR, or the Human Capital Initiatives we know, in which allow any individual that is interested in working for the Rochester City School District to apply online. That give us our ability to respond more rapidly. Also, people that are interested in working for the district have a wealth of information available through our web page. And it is where most districts throughout the country are today. I mean, this is nothing that is unique to Rochester, but nevertheless a very important step. We are now using access to national online web page, a website that we can utilize, such as using the Career Builder. Some of you might be familiar with that. We are, through the internet, advertising online, so anyone in the country or in the world could see, in our case, it could see what jobs are available, so that is extremely important. We also, because we are targeting a diverse workforce, we want to make sure that we are not just advertising or publicizing our effort in a particular newspaper or particular area, but we also targeting like the National Alliance for Black Educators, the Latino Alliances, so we are basically touching all corners, the mainstream and the non-traditional area that you would expect us to look for, given the makeup of our district and our needs. The American Association of professional educator. It's an area that we are recruiting, and also geographically. In New York City, also throughout Western New York, because we believe that we can be competitive around here and have a greater possibility of attracting people from this immediate area. And we also advertise in the Education Week. College and university. So, for example, we are, in the month of April, we are targeting a lot of colleges in Western New York. We also are going through historical black colleges and university, and continue to make presentation throughout different colleges. So where are we in terms of progress? If you take a quick look at I don't have the page in here, but it's the one that shows what is taking place in November of 2012. As you can see briefly, February of 2013, we had about 4,500 people visit our webpage, which is important because that means that people are looking into our district, and there was a significant increase, as you can see, from 500 to 4,500. And then what you see the drop in March, that is because it's only the first 2 weeks of March. We do know that we are targeting and measuring at the same time. So here's where we are. If you look at your last page, 259 appointments were approved by August of 2012. So of that, 207 had the preferred urban criteria, which is essential part of your policy, or our policy. And 53 teachers that did not meet the preferred or equivalent of 12% were hired into shortage area. In other words, sometimes like in the area of science, math, or bilingual education, we have our shortage, so we cannot wait. We had to act immediately to put a teacher in our classroom, for example. So we're just breaking it down so that you understand when we deviate, there are reasons, like for example, the shortage area, not necessarily because we're ignoring the criteria. So there is a unique statistic that I have here with you that I want to show you how competitive we've been in the immediate market, which I think is very talented. Excuse me for a minute. Got it. It's not part of the presentation, your PowerPoint in there, but according to the data today that we have 92% of the people applying here are from 92.8 from the Rochester metropolitan area. That is primarily the county of Monroe. And and 92% are white, 4.2 are African American, 1.5 are Hispanic. But here's the key. Those are the people available in the teaching workforce that are in the market, sort of like if you're looking for engineering. How many are available that you can target to hire? Out of that number, it doesn't surprise us, right, given what we know, that 92% of the potential employee, like teachers, for example, that are available in the market, 92.8 are Caucasian. 4.2 are African American, 1.5 are Hispanic. Those are people available with the credential, with the certification that are in the market. Out of that, and here's what I think is impressive for us, of the people that we hire, 17.9 were African American, 8.9 Hispanic, 1.5 Asian, and so a combination of 28% minority. That account for 3.9, almost 4 times. We're attracting almost, or hiring, almost 4 times the rate or available people in the market. And that's very interesting. What that suggests to me is that we're working very aggressively in terms of targeting and attracting the people that have the certification and the credential to coming to the district. So once again, I know that there's an interest on the board that we target and also evaluate this policy, given that attracting a diverse workforce and a talented workforce is a primary goal of this organization and essential to our success. We cannot do it. The greatest assets that we have is our people, and this policy is looking for both diversity and talent that can respond to the needs of our students. And Mr. President, I yield to you, and if you have any questions, more than glad. Me or Bethany Cintron, I want to recognize her and her department for the great job that she's doing in terms of, she come a long way, I would say, in the past 6-8 months. The fact that today I could tell someone in San Diego, if you're interested in the district, please put an application, and you don't have to leave your living room, and he or she can do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for the superintendent, Commissioner Elliott, and then Commissioner Powell?
I wait till the superintendent gets to his seat.
It's okay, you can ask Bethany. I'm probably going to ask
All
her
right.
to answer it.
The question I have, how do you define, Bethany, highly qualified?
Let me give a quick definition. The definition highly qualified is a federal definition, and basically it's a certified teacher. And a school that doesn't meet, let's say if we had a 20% of our school staff or teaching workforce that didn't have certification, then we would be in trouble, and probably the state education department and others would say, what are you doing to correct this? Once again, highly qualified is a criteria on the No Child Left Behind, which is basically defined by your certification. For example, let me just give you an example. I'm certified for superintendent on the New York State. I'm highly qualified for my position. An English teacher who has a certification is highly qualified. So.
Okay, the reason I bring that up is because it's been used politically in terms of keeping people of color out of positions. That you have to be highly qualified. I remember having a conversation with the senior manager at one of the corporations in this community who indicated, well, you know, you have to be highly qualified, and talking about the hiring of African Americans. And one of the things I had to say to him is that we've always been twice as qualified. We've just have never gotten the opportunity. And so I wanted to be clear on what we mean when we say highly qualified, so that that term does not deter those people of color who may be interested in applying in our district. And then lastly, and I'll thank you for it after I ask my question. What's the experience of your director of recruitment?
Our director of recruitment has been an employee of this district. Oh, I'm gonna, you would know better than I. She was.
Does she have recruitment experience?
She has public relations experience, and that was the main reason why we recruited her into the department. Our biggest concern with regards to our recruitment efforts has been our ability to reach out and locate individuals that would want to come to the district to work with the colleges and universities to
update and fix our website. And those were very key reasons why, what we were looking for in the position.
When you ask if a applicant has urban experience, where is that on the application? How is that defined on the recruitment application?
There is there's a checkbox on the application, but we review their resumes and identify from their resumes what experience that they have to identify whether or not they have the urban experience that's looked for under the policy. If we have any questions about that, we certainly would ask them about the quality of their experience and what they were actually doing.
And let me also say that highly qualified to me means that you have this kind of experience that we're asking for. Not only the certification or the educational background, but that you also have this kind of experience, that this is a 80% district students of color. And there has to be a connection between our staff and our students. And over the years, it's been a disconnect. And I really do believe that's the reason why we have a low performance rate, a low graduation rate, because there's not the connection for students who come from a different background than our staff.
You are correct, if I might, Mrs. Centron, but the Board of Education took care of that. But one area that we don't have the latitude or the flexibility to waive is this certification piece. Again, it's well established by the State Education Department and also the law that the certification is a prerequisite to secure employment, at least in the long term. There are area, and maybe you want to talk to that about area that we unfortunately have some teacher that are not certified, and how are we dealing in terms of helping those individuals secure their certification so that if they are deemed to be the teachers and or other that are working here that are doing a great job, that we don't lose them.
We are implementing and putting together programs to deal with, those are the shortage areas essentially where we have difficulty locating certified teachers. Also, I noted in the presentation the part-time positions in areas where we might be able to find a certified teacher as a full-time teacher, but they can go to another district and get a full-time job when we only have a part-time job. That creates a difficulty in recruiting. The part-time issue is being mostly addressed through the scheduling. Was one of the reasons why the master scheduling centrally has been so important from a staffing perspective, so that we're able to maintain and keep quality staff, because we're not cutting their hours to separate them between buildings, or are able to match buildings and create full-time positions. But our biggest challenge in recruitment is our bilingual programs. And we've been working very closely with our Director of Bilingual Education to establish parameters and currently and doing other things that to put things in place for incentives for those types of positions to come into the district.
I am convinced, given all of the models that this district has gone through, and we still have failure, I'm convinced that if we look at the experience in urban, working in an urban environment where you have people who understand the issues that our students face, I believe that if we really are aggressive about this, because in my mind, you're going to have different decisions that are going to be made. Right. And I would argue and almost bet that you're going to see an increase in graduation rates and you're going to see an increase in test scores. I really believe, because there's going to be a connection. That's why this is so important. And the highly qualified criteria includes for me that they have the experience, the urban experience of working in an urban environment, the experience of working in an urban environment. I think that's going to make the difference, I believe.
And I think that's the credit to the board, that you perhaps have higher standard, that you're saying, yes, understand the high qualified definition by the state, but for us, it's important to have people with the right experience for our children. So, and that's part of our approach. So, I think that you're absolutely correct. However, you know, the challenge, as I said to us, it's just what comes first, the chicken or the eggs. In this situation, the certification comes first, because I could have plenty of people that I would, you know, that I understand that have the urban experience, but we're facing serious challenge if we don't.
Oh, I'm not, but that's not what I'm saying.
No,
I'm not saying that at all.
What I'm saying is that I'm giving credit because now we can take not just the highly qualified by certification, but also by experience. So I think that you have strengthened in that.
And let me just thank you and Mr. Superintendent for this work. This is very important, I think, for our district. And please continue the aggressive work that we need for our district. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Powell?
Thank you. First, mostly what I have to say is comment, not question. What the superintendent said is about the federal definition is right and a little bit crazy. By defining highly qualified in a way that New York State simply calls qualified, it doesn't leave much room for us to talk about adding on, as Dr. Vargas said, about having higher standards. We'd have to call it supremely qualified, since highly qualified is already taken. And highly qualified is the same as what the state has always called just plain qualified by virtue of certification. But what I really wanted to talk about, Dr. Vargas, is that portion of your presentation that talked about where the applications come from, and they being the local colleges. At the beginning of this month, I spent 5.5 days out of a 7-day period in Albany between the Big Five Lobby Day and the New York State School Board Association. And one of those days, we had a chance to talk with Commissioner King. And it was an interesting conversation because, and I'll paraphrase him and throw in some of the ways I described it, this is a buyer's market. We are the buyer when it comes to teachers. It's a buyer's market because very few districts are in a position to hire. That being the case, we ought to, if you're a true believer in free market economies, we ought to be able to influence the product that we're getting out of our local teachers' colleges. And we sure do have a lot of local teachers' colleges. But at this stage, I'm not certain either SED or any individual school district is able to exert any influence over the curriculum that those teachers' colleges present, and whether it's relevant to Common Core, whether it's relevant to the realities of the students in our classrooms, whether it's useful in terms of cultural competence, student class management and student discipline, any of those things. So I know that we've been making efforts to sift and sort our potential applicants based on schools that they come from and see if there are patterns as to which of these schools is producing teachers with a higher record of success after they leave their colleges and come to us and work for any period of time. If the data flushes out any meaningful results, and I hope that we can start gathering that data soon, then that's the only leverage we have in being able to go out into our local teaching colleges and say to them, I'm sorry, Nazareth, but St. John Fisher, just hypothetical scenario, St. John Fisher's delivering teachers that are more successful than you. And it must be what you're teaching them or how you're teaching them. And so you either get on board or we're not taking any of your teachers. Because the history demonstrates which of the two of you in this artificial scenario is successful or has been successful in the past. Now that ignores all of the aspects that SED has control of, such as pulling the the credentials of the college if they should not be altering their programs to suit the Department of Education. But I just wanted to bring that conversation into this room so that you know kind of what those conversations are, and that we can start thinking about leveraging what we do have. And what we do have is we are the buyer of the teacher college product. And we should be as careful about cutting and sorting the data that comes from our experience with those teachers as we are with information about any other product or service that we are spending money on. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody got anything else? Commissioner
Adams?
I said Adams, yes.
Just very briefly, one of my main concerns when the committee's recommendations came out regarding recruitment was that the requirement for urban education experience or urban experience was too wide open and might not be as meaningful as it otherwise could be. And I just want to acknowledge that you did a really good job of honing it down to those two criteria. I think that those are good criteria, and that makes it much more meaningful.
Commissioner Cruz.
Thank you for your work. I think we're getting a little closer to where we want to be, so this is good stuff. And the numbers bear it out. We just don't have enough of a population to be able to draw from. But it's wonderful that you're at least augmenting that as much as possible. So that's the good stuff. I think they're just two quickies. Number one, I know we have traditionally in the past done recruiting right in Puerto Rico, where we've actually gone there. I know I've had this discussion with, I think, Vicki Ramos a little while back about the possibility of going to the island and recruiting professional teachers.
I'll go.
Yes, you. No, you can't all go. No, you can't all go.
Yeah, I'll go too.
No, that's only reserved for the people that come up with the ideas.
I'm chief, I get to go, right?
We'll work on that, yes. But I think part of it is that there is unfortunately, on the island right now, there's an exodus of young professionals coming from Puerto Rico to the mainland. They're settling in Miami, they're coming to New York. And so, it's an unfortunate situation, but something that we need to take a look at because those potential teachers are going somewhere. And these are really highly qualified individuals with major degrees in sciences and all those kinds of things. And I think there's an opportunity for us today that maybe wasn't as good an opportunity as it was years ago, because we've done this in the past. And I know Nidia's shaking her head because she remembers the past experiences we've had where we've brought some folks from the island and none of them lasted. And part of it was, well, it's,
That's true.
well, we never taught them how to deal with the cold, right? In kind of in a kind of figurative sense. We didn't support them when they came here. And I think that really goes for anybody coming in from this outside. How do we support these individuals, whether it's from Puerto Rico or from wherever, but how do we support them when they're here by providing them networks, ability to be able to understand what the city's all about, where all the resources are, who are the folks they need to be talking to. And I think that keeps them here. But if you don't do it right and you just grab a bunch of people, bring them here, you give them an apartment, and then say you're off on your own, go find the nearest Latino restaurant and you're all set. And it doesn't work that way. So I think there's some opportunities there. So that's one thing. And the second thing is, and I'm not sure how this works, one of the biggest issues, and I know that there's some folks in the audience that have children in college. I've got one that just finished and another one is still there. And, they're all strapped with these student loans. Is there any program within New York State to allow students who are going into the teaching field to reduce their loan liabilities for the feds?
There's a federal program that for shortage areas, teachers who teach in urban school district in the shortage areas for 3 years will get some loan forgiveness. So
I'm wondering if that's maybe a nice big kind of an agenda item, Commissioner Powell, that we can talk about, maybe getting the state to support their own program to do some offsetting of loans for people who are coming into teaching in New York State, so that we can also help with that as a possibility, as a way of recruiting people to come into the, at a statewide level.
Actually, let me ask a question. That's a great point,
Commissioner Cruz, and I wonder if we utilize that in our recruitment. Because it's unique only to Shortish area, which
Right.
is mostly centered in urban area like Rochester, like some of the district don't have that challenge, but I wonder if we're looking for physics teacher or chemistry teacher or bilingual teacher, if we can utilize that as a competitive advantage. I guess the question is to what extent are we leveraging that, which I think is a great point, Commissioner Cruz.
Exactly, and added to that is getting New York State to kick into that, to be
Correct.
able to offset those kind of loan expenses for,
But
I think it'd be a major incentive for people to come to the state of New York. And
Correct.
hopefully here.
Correct, yeah. I wonder what we're doing in those areas.
We are including it in our advertisement when we recruit out of the area, and also we have the Teach for Tomorrow grants, which are also targeted towards recruiting teachers for shortage areas, and those are also advertised.
Thank you. Ms. Centrone, are you familiar with Project Unique?
I've heard of it. I've heard of it, but I'm not.
Yeah, I would say
familiar
that,
with it.
I think your department should bone up on that. That was a program before Malik Evans was even born, in the 70s, where they brought large amounts of African-American teachers most of them from the South, and placed them in city schools. And there's a lot of, in fact, most of those folks are retired now. But they came up through that program. And I think some of the folks that helped do that are still around. So while they're still here, we probably should pick their brains to figure out what they did. Because, I mean, there was a large amount of African-American teachers, and a lot of them went on to be administrators that came to the district. And they came from warm places to cold places, and they stayed here. Some of them have been here 40 years. So I think we should investigate that a little bit. I think the superintendent is familiar with it, so he probably could even brief you on it.
Actually, that's a great point, and I wish the challenge now that we have people from New York State going to the South, because the South is becoming so attractive, not just because of the weather, but because of opportunity.
The jobs, right.
And there's job security, but it's a point well taken. We have to see the country and perhaps the world now when it comes to this market. Like Commissioner Cruz is saying, targeting location where we find individuals that could come to us. And I think your point is well taken, and we can learn from our past, because there are also areas from the South that we have a large concentration of people that had that.
Right.
You know, they know their family know that, and we could use the experience of people who did this work in the past to help us today.
Right, thank you. Anything else on this? Okay, thank you. We'll move to committee reports. I'll ask that you keep your...
Superintendent doesn't have, that's your only item?
Report, yeah.
Yes, thankfully.
I have some questions on some other issues. Is that appropriate to ask here, or?
If you could ask him offline, or at another, just for the sake of time, if you don't mind. I'm saving you, Mr. Superintendent. Commissioner Elliott was ready for some stuff. It looks like I could tell by your face you were ready to. She was ready to quiz you on some stuff. So.
Okay.
Two things. Is it all right?
Go ahead, Commissioner Elliott.
You know, if one is, you mentioned in the budget presentation, Mr. Superintendent, about the urban-suburban program, and I wanted to talk a little bit more, if you can, about that urban-suburban program and the details that you're considering in that program.
Yeah, briefly, one of your goals, which I think is a very serious and important goal, that is how we can deal with this concentration of poverty in our school. And one way that we have control of is that we have an urban-suburban program right now in place. Except that the program right now, the majority of our all the students in that program are from our district going into the suburb. And we, right now, my understanding was 0 this year, of people coming from the suburb into that program. And what we want to do is to ask the people who work here, in particular, begin to marketing, if you will, today. And as the first step, because if we, let's say that you go to school number 9 or any school, school 12, and you happen to live in Brighton, you know, you could put an application through the urban suburban program and have your kid go on to Brighton, to school 12. You know, that's allowed. That would give us, because we're losing students, that help us with revenue. Not necessarily in the immediate, but also in the long-term future. If you attract one student, it's for 12 years, if you do a good job. So you could potentially attract enough students that offset, particularly the cost, because right now we are paying significant in the millions to support the program, and it's not benefiting our own students, meaning the student that I left behind in the district. What I mean by that, the premise of the program was integration, and it was to integrate suburban and urban. And I think that today, I must confess to you, I canceled an appointment that I had because of my schedule with an individual that is an educational leader in the county, that we are going to discuss this. And I think that people will understand it. And I do think that we have excellent program and excellent school that we need to, as people who work here, need to begin to do a good job and telling, you heard from parents, say, we don't want to go away because we have a great program here. But by the way, don't do damage to those programs. I think that's what I heard, because otherwise I will leave. But one way to strengthen those programs actually is to attract more students, because the biggest threat to the Rochester City School District today, it's not the budget process that we're going through. I think we're going to get through and weather the storm, so to speak. At the end of the day, is losing population in the way that we're losing. This year alone, 2013, 2014, projected to lose 900 students. And that is projected to continue, and we had to do something to stop it soon rather than later. Now, granted, we're talking about improving quality and improving program and services and responding to the needs of family and kid. So it's a comprehensive approach. It can be just one marketing, but it's more complex than that. But it's a good place to begin with the people who work here to promote this program.
Do we have any idea of the number of students we're talking about, the number of students whose parents work in this district but go to other schools besides the city school district? Any projection of those numbers at this point?
We could do some projection, but I could tell you it's significant. It's a significant number because of our workforce. We right now probably third in the county. Over 6,000, close to 6,000 people work here. And I'm not talking about teacher, I'm talking about everyone, including a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful cafeteria lady, let's say. I'm talking about everyone.
And you probably get a snapshot probably pretty quickly, because being that the district probably has some of the best health care, you can look at the dependents and the ages of dependents on the health care forms and tell you how many kids.
That is correct.
So it may not be exact, but it probably give you a good number.
I love President Evans. He's thinking like a banker on number. Yes, you can go to your healthcare and all the area and make some good projections.
So it may not be right, but I mean, it may not be 100%, but I bet you we can get a pretty good
Working with
projection.
number has helped you a lot.
Yeah, it has.
And then lastly, there's been some, I've heard on Facebook about this relationship that we're getting ready to enter into, the potential of entering into with the RTA around teaching our children. Can you talk a little bit about what the intent is for this program? I guess it's based on the Baltimore model, is what I'm hearing.
Commissioner, is this about the schools?
From what I heard in the community is that the RTA is supposedly going to be having schools. So I want to hear about that.
Teacher-led schools, it sounds, yeah.
Yeah, so can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, because it's a matter that we have a negotiation interest and won't go beyond what have been said publicly, which is this model, they are in place throughout the country. Actually, there's around significant number of schools that I run by teachers. So we have expressed some interest in looking into it, which Dr. Vansky has said. And I will start by saying that there's an interest in exploring everything that we need to explore to improve our district. I think that we are not leaving anything untouched when it comes to avenue tools to improve our district, but I'm not prepared to go into any specific.
All right, let me just state my objection to it right now. You know, how do we turn over schools?
I would.
You don't have to answer. I'm just
No,
gonna
but I
say-
would strongly advise you that we don't go any further with this, that if you want, because of the nature of negotiation, that we privately, and the law allow us to have this discussion. As I said, I don't want to go any further than what was said publicly.
You don't have to go any
Actually,
further.
that's the only reason that I would say to you.
Yeah.
But for the board, my advice is that you hear a little bit more about the framework and thinking and other aspect before you render a judgment.
What I'm hearing in the community is we've got a group of people who've been failing our students in the past, and now we want to give them schools so that they can teach our children. It doesn't make sense. So I'll just leave that. It doesn't make sense, and I don't think it's something the community is going to be supportive of. That you've got a union who's failed our children for the last 30 years, and now they want to teach our children. Now they want to take over schools. Doesn't make sense, and I'll just leave it at that.
We have to have a brief executive session after this for a 3020A issue. So I'll ask the board what's their pleasure in terms of. I would remind you before I ask the question that it's March Madness, but. What's the board's pleasure of committee reports? Do you want to? Can they be submitting in writing, or does anybody have anything that is of a blockbuster nature that needs to be reported out in the full body? Okay. Okay. So what I'll do is I'll do the student report and our parent report. Student report first, and then we'll have our parent report. Then we'll. Go to board reports.
Well, just a point of personal privilege.
Yes.
One of the criticisms that we had, that the paper had of us is that our attendance. And I wanted to report, if I could, about all of the things.
Okay, that's right. I hear you. That's actually a good. That's actually. You know what, Commissioner Elliott? You actually. You know what? That's actually a good point. We will do. We will do committee reports.
Yeah,
you're right.
Because all the work that we've done, I think it's important that the community knows.
I think that that's a great. A great point, and you know what? I think we will do committee reports because then people can hear that exactly all that we do.
Right. Thank you.
Student rep. Yeah, before I give my report, I would just quickly like to recognize another woman role model for our community. She works with students all the time. She's one of my mentors and one of the most passionate, influential, and strong women I know, and I'm so fortunate to have her in my life, and that's Nydia Padilla, who's the advisor for SLC. So now to talk about Student Leadership Congress. I mentioned a meeting or two ago that some students from the group are bloggers for the Democrat and Chronicle, and a lot of their articles are online. If you'd like to read them, they really do highlight strong attributes of the district and experiences that students have had the opportunity to go on, like meeting Governor Cuomo or great teachers in the district or talking about the culture of violence and so on and so forth. And you get to see how insightful and how strong and talented our students are. So there's something positive for the district. Also, Student Leadership Congress would like to thank the district for their support in helping to ensure that we get to go to Washington again this year. Thank you for all your hard work and donations. We do really appreciate it. At our meeting yesterday, we also talked about fundraising because Nydia and I both believe that it's important for students to have to do some work and help to earn opportunities like this as well, because it shows them the importance of what they're going to be able to do. And as a group, we came up with an idea of having an art show that highlights not only visual arts, but different musical talents of students, poetry, creative writing pieces, and we're hoping to have it in May at Rochester Pillars. We will send out formal invitations, but we will also be receiving some donations from local artists, and we can sell the pieces there, and you're all invited, of course. So that concludes my report. Thank you.
I think Commissioner Evans' intention was to hear from the Parent Advisory Council next.
Good evening, Commissioners. Good evening, Commissioners.
Good evening, Ms. Lucas.
The Parent Advisory Council met on March 11th for our March business meeting, and in addition to our regular business, we had a presentation from Katerina Leon Menino to give an update on the expanded learning time schools. There are 8 schools that are going to be going to expanding learning in September. These are schools number 3, 9, 10, 19, 23, 34, 45, and 46. Our concern was that parents were involved in the planning of what was going to happen during the expanded learning. We wanted to make sure that it was not more of the same during the day. She has assured us that parents will be involved and that they have been involved so far. We've gotten mixed reviews on that, and we're still speaking to different parents at the different schools to try to get an understanding of what exactly is happening. Parents have concerns about tutoring programs that are being offered through the extended day model, whether or not homework is getting done, the times that they're getting home after the days, also whether or not supplemental academic services are being offered to all of the children. And so we're still looking into these issues. Also, our PAC informational meeting in January, Commissioner White addressed the parents group about the parent report card. We had a very good discussion about that, and we were happy to hear Commissioner White say that he was open to the Parent Advisory Council helping with this report card. The council has taken him up on that. We will be working on a survey that first measures the engagement of how engaged the district is in bringing parents in. We'll have that as a baseline, and then we can move forward on what needs to be done to have more parental involvement. We do want to stress the fact that we have to stop looking at parent involvement as how many PTA meetings parents attend, but what they're really doing to prepare their children to get to school every day and be successful. In February, we met with Tim Maines to discuss changes to the elementary school report card, and he solicited parents for his team in how to make that report card more understandable, a little bit more streamlined, and a little bit more effective for parents when they're looking at that. We also met with Cheryl Wheeler regarding the Title I expenditures and the processes for obtaining funds. And thanks to Mr. Robinson and the Office of Parent Engagement, the majority of the schools have had the funds released to them. I think there are only about 5 schools where we're still either pending revisions to the application, or they have 2 schools that have not had their budget submitted as yet. This has been a bone of contention for parents for many years, so we definitely want to thank the Office of Parent Engagement for being able to work with us, come up with a process that works, that actually gets these funds to schools before the end of the year when they can be used. Our March informational meeting was not held because of the superintendent's budget, and we thought that parents would want to attend that. We have had quite a few parents attending the budget meetings that were held in February. And first and foremost, I think Shirley Thompson said it best when she was up here, that we just want to ask the board to take the budget, take it back, deconstruct it, look at it, listen to the parents that were here from Wilson, from World of Inquiry, the Freedom School, all of their concerns, they're valid. And we want to make sure that these programs are kept in the district. Portfolio schools are what we put out there as being some of the best schools in the district, and we want to make sure that they stay whole for the parents. Superintendent Vargas, I thank you for responding to the parents. That was something new. I don't know if it's been done before, but that has also been an issue that when parents address the board, they never hear anything back. So thank you so much for responding and letting us know that you heard our concerns, that there was some miscommunication. We hope that that's all there was, and that you plan to look into this further. We also want to make sure that the schools are welcoming and accessible to parents. These were issues that came out as part of the budget input sessions. Parents have to be welcomed. They have to feel welcomed at the school if we want them to be engaged. Again, I want to commend Superintendent Vargas for some of the steps he's taken at central office, but we want to see those happening at the school district. We want the phones to be answered by people. We want to feel welcomed when we walk into the school. Just some very basic things that can help change the culture of the district and make this a little bit more better for parents. Also, we want to ensure that arts, music, sports, languages, the MAP, and AP classes are kept in the budget. It looks as though there's been a cut to some of those programs. And again, we'd like you to revisit that and make sure that those programs can be kept whole. We want more enrichment and intervention in the classrooms as well. And those are just some of the highlights. Regarding the executive school-based planning team, I'm happy to report that we are at 94% compliance with parents on the executive school-based planning teams. There are only 3 schools that still don't have the requisite number of parents, which are schools 16, 29, and 57. So again, working through the Office of Parent Engagement, we've been able to do a wonderful job of getting these parents to be on schools. It still must be noted that we're 5 months into the year. And so it's still unacceptable that we still have 3 schools that don't have parents and that it took us this long to get to 94%. But it is better than we've ever been, so we're quite pleased with that. Also, 96% of our schools have parent groups, either a PTA or a PTO or a PTSA. So that is also a great step in the right direction. Our next move is to ensure that parents know what their roles are on the school-based planning teams and that they're actually functioning the way that they're supposed to. And lastly, Commissioner Elliott, thank you for raising the issue about the teacher-led schools that was in the news. Parents have also been reacting to that. What you said is exactly right. There are already strained relationships in many schools between parents and teachers. We would not support having the teachers take over the schools. Parents have not been involved in this process. This was the first time we heard about it. If this is something that happened, parents must be involved in the process. We must be able to look at whatever the proposal is that RTA puts forward, give input to it, and parents need to be able to consent to this happening at whatever school it's going to be. So I know you said that you didn't want much to be said on it, but we felt that it was very important that we let you know up front that this is not something that we're in favor of at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Board reports. Commissioner Powell.
Thank you. As I said earlier, I attended both Big 5 Lobby Day and the New York State School Board Association Safety Conference and Lobby Day earlier this month. I would have liked to go to the Monroe County School Board's Lobby Day too, but that was just more than my family could handle. As far as the finance report goes, the committee met on March 19th. We did approve the February financial reports, and I submit a motion at this time for the board to receive those reports.
I have a motion on the floor to receive the financial reports, which you got in your packets. Is there a second? Second. Seconded by Commissioner White. Discussion. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. The ayes have it. Thank you, Commissioner Powell.
Thank you. We reviewed resolutions 520 through 543 in your packets. The first is a non-resident tuition resolution. We do this every year. It's calculated on state-required document. 520 521 is a procurement, 522 through 539 are educational facilities. Many of them are new contracts, a few of them are final payments. It's a long list because we have 2 years' worth of capital improvement plan implementation all to do this year. If you recall, last year, we didn't get city approval for our bonding because of the maintenance of effort disputes. Those issues are resolved. We have a lot of work that's in the pipeline right now. But specifically, the reason I asked for us to pay attention to the committee reports is resolutions 542 and 543 received significant discussion in our committee. 542 is the resolution about projected school closings. And our recommendation at the time was to table that resolution. And so I will be faithful to our board activity to report that out. However, the resolution that we have effectively addresses that. 100% of the discussion was about whether school 10/37 should be on that list, whether it should move to the number 1 facility. And that whole discussion has been removed from the resolution and essentially allows us more time to have that discussion while still communicating to State Department of Education that it is the board's intention to close schools and therefore reduce our excess capacity. State Department of Ed really wants to see this happen or see us articulate this in order for them to be willing to support any legislation that, so far as I know, has not yet been written, but to support any legislation for our phase 2. So this is laying very important groundwork with the Department of Education to get their buy-in to our phase 2 plan. So although the committee voted to recommend tabling, I think it's fair to say that the committee would be comfortable with this going forward because it's not the same resolution that we talked about. On the other hand, Resolution 543 is a resolution regarding licensing of virtual schools to provide AP courses. Now, this would be grant funded, and the members of the committee were, maybe alarmed is too strong a word, but concerned that this particular resolution or this particular grant was driving the resolution. But that notwithstanding, the one thing that we agreed on is that there is time for this to be more thoroughly vetted. And the Finance Committee is recommending that we table this resolution and refer the resolution to the Excellence in Student Achievement Committee for further review and brought back to us next month, that there's ample time for that to happen. And that is our recommendation.
What number is that?
That is Resolution 543. And you know this doesn't happen very often, that the Finance Committee actually has something to say about a resolution other than advancing it to the full board. So I hope that you will all take that resolution to heart, or that recommendation to heart. As you know, we've already had the public disclosure of the budget. We've already had the board community conversation about the budget, and so we're already on our way with that. Our first deliberation session is April 2nd, as you all know, and the deadline for getting our questions in is already upon us. Our next Finance Committee meeting for regular business is Thursday, April 18th, immediately following the Policy Committee. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Powell. Commissioner Elliott, CIGI.
Thank you, President Evans. I wanted to take a moment of personal privilege just to report on some of the visits that I've made, and also just to ensure that the public is aware that we are, if we're not here at a board meeting or committee meeting, does not mean that we are being derelict on our duties. I visited School Without Walls, both the commencement and the foundation, and President Evans and Superintendent Vargas, I'm sure you already know, I've been told that School Without Walls commencement is on track to have a graduation rate of 82%. And so, the leadership over there has done that within 2 years. They've also indicated that 95% of the students who attend School Without Walls commencement go to college. So that is very, very good news for our district. And plus, the building was clean. I mean, you can go in there and the building was just absolutely spotless. Also, I visited the foundation, and they have a theme over there at School Without Walls Foundation called 212 Degree. And the intent of that is that, which they've indicated to me, is that at the 211 degree level, water is hot. But one more degree and then the water begins to boil and it becomes like steam. And that with steam, you can power a locomotive. And so what they're saying with our students is just to take one more degree in order to be able to excel in school. So they've got this thing throughout the building over at School Without Walls, and so I was just really impressed with that. She mentioned that they just had a meeting over there the day I was there early in the morning with a number of fathers in the program. She said she had 33 fathers that participated in that program, so that's very, very exciting. And so I'm looking forward to, with the work that they're doing over there, President Evans and Superintendent Vargas, that we're going to be seeing some great results that come out of the School Without Walls Foundation. I also had a meeting with the people over at Food Link. We visited that facility over there to try to determine what they're doing well that we can utilize in order to improve our food service facilities here. I have also visited some schools. I'm trying to think of, with the School Without Walls Foundation, their facility I also visited, but there are some other schools that I visited around their food services department, and the schools escape me. But we're still focusing in on that whole issue, President Evans. We'd like to discuss the possibility of a nutritionist in the school, in the budget for this year, and also there's been recommendations around equipment. I know that Jerome and Nita has those recommendations around equipment. All of this to ensure that our food is, that we're improving the efficiencies and the effectiveness in our food service department. We're going to be visiting School 33, School 43, and I'm probably missing one in the month of April. Going to 33 school, because what we were informed is that when food is served in a buffet style, our students are eating it more, as opposed to being wrapped up. And so we're going to go over there to look at that facility to see what they're doing over there that's different. So I will report back on that once we go over there. There are a number of food services other meetings that are scheduled. And I also was at School Without Walls a couple of weeks ago, maybe it was last week. Author Thomas DeWolf, who wrote the book Inherit the Wind, did a lecture over at School Without Walls. I had met Thomas DeWolf at a Nazareth gathering, and talking about race. So that was a good presentation and a good use of the facility where the community came in to hear this author present. And then lastly, I've got to find out, President Evans and Superintendent Vargas and my colleagues, about this book that was written by Richard Newman. He wrote the book on Richard Allen, and I happened to be at Baber Church And they're starting a Richard Allen series.
Right.
Richard Allen was the founder of the African American Episcopal Church. Not only that, but he did a lot of abolitionist work prior to, around the American Revolutionary War, and prior to the inset of segregation and slavery. And so he talked about how that book came about, that he had some meetings at the Rochester Museum and Science Center, that there were Rochester city school students that participated in that conversation. And so that's how really the book came about. And I have to confirm that it was actually Rochester City School District students as opposed to just Rochester students of Rochester schools, but I'll get back to you on that. But it was a very, very excellent talk, and if our students participated in that, then, and the book was written in 2008, but we still need to somewhere acknowledge that. So that concludes all of my visits throughout the month, and the Community and Intergovernmental Relations Committee met on, let me get it. On March 12th, we listened to a presentation by the principal of Robert Brown High School of Construction and Design, along with the Director of Career and Technical Education, that outlined the goals and the missions of the school. The benefits of CTE programs were discussed, as well as the benefits for schools, students, employers, and the community. There was also a discussion of the overview of career development. At this time, there are 6 specific pathways established: carpentry, electrical, masonry, interior, architectural, and advertising. The pathways for automotive and manufacturing will be integrated into the program. The committee also discussed resolution number 550, which authorizes a co-application with the city for a local government efficiency grant program. This is a planning grant that is intended to identify potential consolidations of facilities, grounds, and fields, and to coordinate and eliminate duplication of after-school recreation, athletic, school, family, and library programs, as some of this work is offered by both entities. An example is where we both have parent universities where parents are brought together regarding youth issues and family issues. The committee recommends approval of resolution number 550. Lastly, the committee briefly discussed the 2013 legislative agenda, and will continue with that discussion at the April meeting. The next CIGR meeting will be held April 23rd at 6 p.m., and that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Elliott. Commissioner White from the ESA Committee.
Yep, just the highlights, Mr. President. First of all, though, I do want to thank and acknowledge the wonderful effort put forth by Beverly, Nydia, Jinga, and Willie on their effort the other night. It was previously called the Latino and Black Male Initiative, and now I think Beverly and others are calling it the movement. And they got a great start, and they took some questions about the program and provided answers, and I think we have reason to be encouraged about the progress we will make with our young men of color in our district. So thank you to that group of individuals and everybody who worked with them, along with, of course, their boss, Bohan. In terms of my report, it's a 2-page report. I'm going to just pick the highlights. So the Excellent Student Achievement Committee met on Monday, March 11th, to receive a presentation by the Early Childhood Education Department on preschool special education services. The committee discussed how students are referred to pre-K special education services and how those services are rendered to the students. The committee also reviewed the findings of a 2006-2009 Rochester Area Impact Study for the Visual and Performing Arts Department. The study showed that there are positive impacts or a positive relationship between integrated arts instruction and increased student achievement. In summary, across each area of the report, it showed that most of the 7 grade levels, K through 6, arts integration increased student achievement in ELA and math scores as measured by standardized tests. Arts integration in the early grades, K through 12, is especially effective for English language learners and students with disability. The earlier the intervention, the greater the effect. One other note, our group, ESA committee, had requested a budget recommendations regarding the Department of African American Studies and the Transition Systems Department. Over the course of a couple of meetings, we really realized how valuable the good work that these departments are doing, and we wanted to integrate that positive work into our discussions regarding the budget. So my colleagues, you should have copies of recommendations that the ESA has made that we're suggesting that be part of the conversation that we're about to have about budget, because for years, I know many of you have heard discussions about the African American Studies Department and the importance of transitioning students from incarceration to back into school, back into education, and the challenges that raises for students and the need for those students to be supported. So after, again, hearing the positive work of these two departments, we thought it was appropriate as part of our work as a board and as a committee to suggest changes to the budget to make sure that these two departments, our district employees, are properly supported in their good work. So that concludes my report. We're meeting again on April the 15th at 6 p.m.
Thank you, Commissioner White. Commissioner Cruz and the Policy Committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Policy Committee did not meet, so I will be sending my timesheet to local newspapers so I can be docked. So anyways, however, you have before you this evening 3 discussion items, one regarding revision of the Medicaid compliance policy. We have to do an internal audit that has to be conducted annually, and to have the Medicaid compliance officer provide a report to the board on an annual basis. This actually comes out of a recommendation out of the internal general auditor's office. Second thing is a revision of the student attendance and withdrawal policy. We've had some discussions on this. Again, it's, these 3 items are for discussion. If you have any questions. But it clarifies that all students of all ages and all grade levels are expected to attend 100% of the time once enrolled. Recently enacted legislation enables parents to choose whether to enroll their child in the year of their 5th birthday or to wait until the following September. But interestingly enough, if you do early enrollment, the law clarifies that the attendance is mandatory from that point forward. So you just can't, bring in your early, before 5 years old and then decide not to send them to school. Once you commit all the way. And so parents have to understand it becomes mandatory at the time of enrollment. And lastly, school uniform policy. I want to shout out to Mr. Lopez and his staff because they were doing some clarification around this. There was some confusion as to what school uniform policy and its impact on the district. And we wanted to clarify that the district is not legally allowed to purchase school uniforms for students because it is considered a gift under the law. The policy also points out that the schools may establish a uniform policy but cannot deny students an education based on that. It cannot suspend or remove a child from the classroom for failing to comply with the uniform requirements. So those are the 3 items that you have for discussion this evening. Our next policy committee meeting, and that will be on my timesheet, will be April the 18th at 5:30.
Thank you. We're all keeping track. Commissioner Campos and the Board Governance Committee.
The Governance Committee did not meet in March, but we're scheduled to meet on April 18th. A couple of things. One is in front of us, we have the board metrics and goals. This was something we thought we approved it in the January board meeting, but didn't. So at this point, I'd like to make a motion to officially adopt these.
It's been moved. Is there a second? All those in favor say aye. Aye. The ayes have it. Thank you.
Thank you. As well as we did reschedule the board retreat. It was for March 23rd. It's going to be April 13th. And as I stated in my email, we had discussed bringing Clay Osborne, who's he's a facilitator, consultant, been in the community for quite a long time. Just because for me, I feel like I can just take us so far. And then it's, when you get into dicey territory, you really want to have, and some critical conversations, you want to have someone that is truly neutral. So I thought that would be the best course of action. So if there's any concerns, please bring them up. Feel free to, give me a shout or email me. And let's see here. And as well as we see this yellow survey, this is based on what we talked about. And one of the things, how we'll be using this after every meeting, just take a moment. It's quick and easy just to be able to check off how we feel we did. And we'll be able to give these to Clay or whomever facilitates, just to be able, so we can have a dialogue. These are anonymous, so you don't have to put your name on it if you don't want to. But just to be able to see where we are. It creates a benchmark, and it also creates an awareness. It was a great idea by Commissioner Powell. So please make sure to give these to Shanae after the meeting, and we'll be able to talk about these. And that concludes my report. We will be meeting again April 18th.
President, may I ask a quick question regarding this report? The goals and metrics that we approved were submitted by the superintendent and reflect the district's goals, and I'm supportive of approving those. We also had this separate, pretty substantive process involving board goals that were raised and addressed in the budget presentation. But I would like to ask if we can have some form of making that a public document, if it's not necessarily being accepted and approved as a companion to this, if there's just some way that we can be sure to formalize and publicize that
Yeah, I
work.
think that's good that it's out there so people can see it. I think we can do that.
Okay.
I think we should just put it on the web.
We can do that. Thank you. That concludes my report.
My only concern about filling this out is, I have to ask our legal counsel. I want to know if these are foilable or not. Because we're going to have honest conversations. I don't want people to use these tools for nefarious purposes. And we have a lot of people in this community that nefarious purposes. I learned a new word. So I'm gonna, so before I fill this out, I'm gonna see that. Commissioner,
Just real quick, just to answer that.
Yeah.
From my memory, and it is foggy with pregnancy brain, but I will say, I'm almost positive when we talked about it, it was, since it was an internal document, since it's us filling this out, it was not.
Yeah. Well, we can
But if
clarification
it was, yes. So that was my initial, because that was a concern that we had,
Yeah.
or, yeah.
Commissioner, you're right. It's intra-agency and it will be exempt pursuant to FOIL.
Yeah.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, Mr. Attorney General.
Okay, ready for the audit committee?
Audit committee.
Okay. The audit committee will meet on Tuesday, April 9th at 5:30 p.m. to discuss the intermunicipal RFP between the district, Rochester Joint School Construction Board, and the City of Rochester for the annual financial auditor. There were 3 proposals received in the RFP process. We will select and make recommendation to the board for consideration in the April business meeting regarding the annual financial auditor for the fiscal years ending June 30th, 2013 through June 30th, 2015. So this is a multi-year project with 2 optional 1-year extensions for 2016 and 2017. So there's good work going on between the school district and the City of Rochester, the library, and so on, reflecting this. Brief point of personal privilege.
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to acknowledge and the importance of some work that has been done by the New York State Teachers Association, by NYSET, regarding concerns about this year's Common Core implementation and testing implications and implications for accountability. So people may have seen some media releases from NYSET where they point out that there are concerns that Common Core material may not have been complete, they're saying, and there is evidence to support that Common Core material has not been completely delivered in an ideal way this school year, and that testing will reflect that. And there was a memo, so why I really appreciate NYSET bringing this up, and I think that their critique is incomplete. I've said before, and I will continue to say until someone proves me otherwise, that the testing growth percentile system and that statistical construct is not valid or reliable. So with this memo that came out in the beginning of March from the State Department of Education to districts, what it advised was that they are anticipating much lower scores across the board. So it's going to be similar to a few years ago before I was on the board when you all dealt with the cut score change and the implications and the fallout from that. They're warning us and anticipating of that. What's interesting about this memo is that it anticipates statistical adjustments at the institutional levels, at the school levels, but not at the staff level. So what they're claiming, quote unquote, which is strange language, that according to their vendor, which is the company that has created this statistical model that is extremely complex and of questionable validity, that vendor is assuring the field, the educational system, that there will be no impact on teacher and administrator ratings because they expect the same distribution across the HEDI score, across the effectiveness ratings, highly effective, effective, and so on. My thing is, and I'm willing, now I'm totally suspending my judgment that this whole thing is invalid to begin with. What I want to do is I want to give someone, a statistician somewhere, the benefit of the doubt that if we assume that this model is absolutely valid, reliable, that it can be used under conditions where there is no growth predicted, how can you possibly assure the field that there is not going to be any impact on teacher evaluations? Because this model, if nothing else, it assumes variation in growth from across students. And there's all kinds of contortions that try to adjust for socioeconomic status, special needs, language learning, and so on. But fundamentally, this statistical model must have growth. There has to be space, there has to be growth in order for it to work, and there has to be variability. So I've been, just for an exercise, I've been reaching out to many faculty at the Warner School. I've been sending emails statewide, nationally, trying to get someone, with me giving them the benefit of the doubt, to tell me that this is legit. So I'm sorry I took too long explaining all that statistical stuff and my weird interest in this, but the bottom line is this could have really, really major implications for how our students are judged, how our teachers are judged, how our administrators are judged. The state's willing to hold harmless our institution, but let's be concerned also about our staff and the implications. So I'm glad that NYSET raised that, and thanks for the opportunity to raise it and ask others to read and pay attention to what's going on with this.
Thank you. Because the Syracuse game starts in about 10 minutes, I'll just say happy Easter to everyone. Easter is one of my most favorite holidays, but I think that this whole week, Passover, as well as Holy Thursday today, Good Friday, tomorrow is a good day, is actually a time, I think, for us to reflect on this time of the year, renewal, rebirth, and it ties to, I think, to what we're going through with the budget system and budget season and how we always want to see the district, hopefully, Dr. Vargas, come back from the ashes and rise again and be a great place for all of us to send our children and work in. And I think that's why we do this work. So I want to thank my colleagues for their work. I want to thank the parent rep for staying around late. I want to thank our student rep who stayed here later, and also the staff for their work on the Women's History Month, and also all the work that's happened around the budget and this facilities plan that we're going to be voting on later tonight. With that, we'll go into resolutions. Are we done with all the reports? Are we done with all the points of personal privilege? Okay, so we'll go to resolutions. The first batch are human resource resolutions, which are related to specific individuals. So if we are going to talk about anyone in particular, we will need to go into executive session. The first set is 491 through 513. Do we have any tenure resolutions that we have to discuss in executive session? No? Good. So 491 through 513, I'll entertain a motion. It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Questions or discussion?
Yes, President.
Okay, Commissioner Elliott.
I just have an issue with how we pay an attendance assessment. $25.52 an hour. And custodian engineer, we pay $12.39 an hour, or a school century, that we pay $10.99 an hour. We pay a typist $22.42 an hour. I just, respond, please.
Those are based on the contractual rates and the contractual requirements for the appointments.
Yeah, we got to change those contracts when they come up to renew that, and it's already been established that a lot of our budget issues are around our personnel costs, so that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Adams.
Is the Director of Fiscal Planning position a new position? Is it part of restructuring?
It is a new position. It's a position that's funded through the Management Efficiency Grant that was awarded to us actually back in November.
How long is that grant good
November.
for?
3 years.
3 years.
3 years.
So what is the intent of that? What is, oh, I'm sorry, excuse me.
No, that's okay. So you're talking about the New York State Management Efficiency Grant. So I think as I was saying in another meeting, in a committee meeting, that my understanding of that grant is that basically that was reward money because we found efficiencies and we did a great job with administrative organization at a certain snapshot in time whenever that was applied for, when that grant was applied for. And I think that my view is that given the austerity conditions that we're expecting of our schools, classrooms, programs, contracts with local people who've been providing, valuable services to students who have different, intense needs and so on. Given that context, I'm concerned about spending resources to expand, even if it's grant funded, even if it's temporary, and even if it's framed as reorganizing. I'm concerned about spending more money in those positions. And you all have shown, to your credit, a great job of demonstrating efficiency to New York State Department of Education, and very few districts receive those efficiency grants. So kudos, and my concern is that we can do it without hiring another expensive position.
But that grant had several objectives.
I understand.
Let me just finish, please. We, for example, wrote the grant. In the grant, we included that we were interested in continuing in the path for being efficient. For example, we just put a program at School 33 as part of that grant through the early childhood education. That initiative that we just introduced, which I think this board believe wholeheartedly about early childhood education, will not be sustainable if we stop looking into being more efficient. But Bill, please add anything.
Right. There were different components to the grant. One component of the grant that we applied for was to do exactly what's before you tonight. So we're executing what we applied for and said, one component was that we're going to hire a couple folks to drive further efficiencies to make those other programs sustainable over a long period of time. We did two things. I think one is, to your point, is we do have some people internally who could help support this, and actually one of the people on the before you tonight that's funded by this grant 100%, it's a promotion for somebody within my department that's going to participate in this team to drive future efficiencies. So that helped close the budget gap to the extent that you had a general fund position that's now going to be fully grant funded to help drive this efficiencies. So that combined with this new external person who we're bringing on is going to help to turn the wheel, so you'll be able to sustain these things that we put forward in the budget this year. We put forward these initiatives, but we also have to see them through, and then also identify new opportunities to see those through, so we can fund those priorities that the board has articulated and the superintendent has articulated.
This position is grant funded, right?
Yes, 100%.
All right. Thanks. All right, anything else on resolutions?
I'm sorry.
Commissioner,
Well,
491 through 513?
Here's the tricky part. The more you talk, the more anybody talks, the more they give us opportunity to ask follow-up questions. You indicated that one of your own staff was being promoted to work on the efficiency effort, and it is now a fully grant-funded position, what happens when that grant goes away?
When the grant goes away,
When that grant money goes away, what happens to that person who's been a full-time employee of your department?
my expectation would be that we would find other efficiencies throughout the organization and within the department so that that position would become either part of the general fund or also, there's another opportunity for a second round. So that's part of what we're, seeking here is, there's another opportunity for additional state money to even, drive other opportunities, for example, that School 33 example, that could be further driven. So we know we have a guarantee for 3 years, which is unique, so it's potential that it could go, beyond that with an additional round of these grants.
Okay, but it's also promotion. So now
Yes.
so now we're paying more money for the same person simply because we got more money.
Now, on this particular case, I view this as part of my being very methodical about succession planning too. This is a way, the person's in the audience, so I've got to be careful. It's a way of rewarding somebody who's been part of this organization that has the potential to become a strong leader, even more so in the future. So I believe it's part of our succession plan to retain and keep good individuals. Absent this sort of thing, it could, some people have other choices. And this is a person who has a skill set that aligns nicely with this grant and process improvements and system improvements. So I think it's a win-win of recognizing somebody internally and planning for the future and also driving future efficiencies that are going to align for our priorities.
Anyone else on the HR resolutions? I'm still saying HR. HCI resolution is 491 through 513.
I'd like to make a motion to separate within resolution 498.
What resolution are you talking about?
498.
And what do you want to do with 498?
And I'd like to make a motion, if this is the correct process, to separate out the Director of Fiscal Planning position.
If there's
And there's no personal intent here if that particular individual happened to be in the audience.
I don't know if the person is or not, but that's neither here nor there. You made the recommendation. Is there any objection to making 498A, if we make 498A for Director of Fiscal Planning, if I make that 498A, is there any objections to that? All right, that resolution is 498A. So we're back on the rest of the HR resolutions, 491 through 513. Anything else on these not related to any specific individuals? If we want to talk about anyone in particular, we can do it in executive session because we have one afterwards. All right, all those in favor of 491 through, and what I'll do is I'll do a roll call vote, so if somebody's voting no on any of these resolutions, they can just do it and make it easier for the clerk to capture. We'll go alphabetically, 491 through 513, Commissioner Adams.
Yes, with the exception of 498A.
Okay. Commissioner Campos?
Yes.
Commissioner Cruz?
Yes, all.
Commissioner White?
Yes.
Commissioner Elliott?
I'm no on 499.
Commissioner Powell?
Yes, to all.
Commissioner Evans, I vote yes to all. All right. Now we're on resolutions numbered 514 through 519. These are additional pay resolutions. These are resolutions that are contractual. The numbers set here are contractual, I believe, Mr. Superintendent, correct? Motion for 514 through 519, the additional pay resolutions. And also, Mr. Superintendent, I don't know if you want to say anything to this, because it looks like some of these are getting students ready for the exams in the school.
That is correct. That's congruent to some of the information that we have with you around how students are doing, and given that we're coming to our final stretch, we're putting every effort, particularly the senior first priority, followed by the other cohort, particularly the high school level, but not limited to the high school.
Thank you. Motion for 514 through 519?
So moved.
Moved, second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Discussion on 514 through 519?
Mr. President, I have to abstain from one portion of 517. on there somewhere. It's family connection.
Yeah, I believe that
So I don't know
number.
if we have to make an amendment so I can vote yes for the rest
Yeah,
of
what
it.
we'll
I
do.
don't really care, whatever.
Yeah, what we'll do is, Commissioner, I'm just looking at my notes here. You have to abstain from number
517.
517. 517. So we'll make the one that has the last name White on it will be 517A. There's no objections to that. And the rest will be, so that will give you the opportunity to be able to vote on the rest of them.
Thank you.
No problem. Anything else on?
Quick general statement.
Yes.
I appreciate that there's several items within this extra pay that reflects values and articulations that have been made in the Excellence in Student Achievement Committee around professional development that goes to questions of cultural excellence, historically accurate curriculum, project-based learning. It's very much appreciated that the Rochester Teacher Center is being collaborated with and reflected in these resolutions. So thank you for that.
Thank you. 514 through 519. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
514 through 517 and 519.
Thank you. And Commissioner White abstains on 517A.
Right.
520, budget. May I have a motion for 520?
So moved.
Moved, second? Second. It's been moved and seconded. Anybody got any questions or discussions on 520?
Just a clarification.
Commissioner Elliott.
I'm looking on the back, but looking where it says resolve the effective, that effective September 1st, 2012. Is that correct? Or should that be 2013?
Secretary, is that Secretary of the Treasury? Are you?
Maybe I'm just not reading it right, but
Bill,
520.
520.
Under the resolve.
That's budget, Mr. Secretary, Mr. Secretary of the Treasury,
Bill Andrews.
Mr. Ansborough.
Man, you gave him a promotion too?
Oh, jeez.
It says September 1st, 2012.
If you look at the very first paragraph, it does say, whereas the following 2012-13 rates are calculated.
I think it is September 2012. 12, 13 school year.
12-13. That's this year, not next year. So the last paragraph is in fact reflective of the beginning of this 2012 school year.
Right.
Sorry.
Thank you. All right, any other discussion on 520? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Ayes have it, thank you. 521, procurement and supply related to Lightspeed technology and phone and hearing, moved by Commissioner White. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it, thank you. 522 through 542 are educational facilities. This is to maintain our buildings. All of this has gone through the Finance Committee.
Right. I don't know if there's a desire to separate 542 or whether those issues truly are all resolved, but
Unless, if there's someone that wants to separate if there's one person here that wants to separate 542, I'll separate it. Is there anybody that wants to?
The only thing I'm going to say about 542, I'm just going to vote no, and I will very briefly articulate my reasons why, but I don't think it's going to stop this particular resolution from passing. My sense is it won't.
Okay. May I have a motion for 522 through 542?
So moved.
It's been moved. Second? Second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Okay, discussion?
Yeah, very briefly,
Commissioner
Mr.
White.
President. With respect to Resolution 542, my major objection is not going to surprise anybody, and there's no need for me to elaborate because I've asked about this issue on a number of occasions. The resolution specifically talks about the school closure policy, which this board passed, I think it was a year or two ago. It's board policy number 7,600. Paragraph 4A requires that the preliminary plan for closure be presented to various constituent groups, and it's a mandated requirement. It says that superintendent has to present the preliminary plan to the Parent Advisory Council, affected zone improvement teams, affected school-based planning teams, and affected parent, student, and staff and community. Again, I don't want to belabor the point because I've asked and we've discussed this on a number of occasions, and it appears to me that that certain aspects of this policy were not complied with. And I don't think there was anything malicious about it. And in fact, I think an effort was made to exhaustively consult with and hear from the community and present the plan. There's no doubt in my mind that an effort was made to get community input, but the fact is the board created and crafted a very specific policy under a very specific set of circumstances because we were consistently across different superintendents hearing people say, what's the process for closing buildings? And it appears to me, and again, there's no need to talk about it at length, that this policy was not complied with. But again, I will say I think this was not an act of bad faith. But I do think we must get to a point where we follow with complete faithfulness the policies of this board, because if we don't do that, what are we doing? And I know, Mr. President, you've been around a couple times when I've asked questions about this with respect to a specific school, but I would imagine this applies to perhaps a number of schools that are now slated for closure under this particular resolution. That would be 542. But that's why I'm voting no. Otherwise, I think it's been a Herculean effort on the part of the administration and outside groups to put this together. And there's no doubt we need new buildings, and we're very blessed and fortunate to have the money and the personnel that put their work behind this effort. But again, mine is going to policy. We've been through many superintendents, many decades, and thanks to Commissioner Cruz and Deborah Flanagan, we're looking at where we have been in terms of policy compliance. But why do we do that on a regular basis when we're looking something straight in our face that's worth millions and millions and perhaps billions of dollars, and we're not even complying with our own policy? So we can do these regular reviews, as Commissioner Cruz has done, but if we're looking something, and I might add, today was a wonderful example of how the administration was very proactive in telling us how they were compliant with a policy that we had passed earlier today, and I thank the superintendent for doing that. No one said that I'm aware of, hey, you need to present how you're doing on the policy. What was it earlier this day?
Recruitment policy?
Recruitment policy. He stood up there and he told us what our policy was, and he thanks. And he described what they were doing to comply with that. That's how it should work. But, you know, if we're going to give kudos and praise for when it works, we ought to remind ourselves when it doesn't work. So that's my objection. But again, let me end on a positive note. I think this is a wonderful thing, and I know people put a lot of effort into making this thing happen.
Mr. President?
Commissioner Powell.
I appreciate Commissioner White's articulation, and I really appreciate, having been chair of the policy committee, the place it's coming from. I guess in a conciliatory note, I would say if we look at the years that these are projected to happen, although this proposal, two things, this proposal that's coming before us has projected dates into the future, so it's not a foregone conclusion that these conversations can't still happen and comply with the board's policy in good faith.
Sure, absolutely.
And second, this is in many respects an aspirational document, as it's been described to us, Chuck Saberla at the State Department of Education, a gesture to the State Department of Education that we truly intend to close buildings. Now, if in the course of these subsequent discussions, something were to be revealed to us that suggests that we've made the wrong choice, we can revise this. You know, we can amend it, we can rescind it. All of those remain options. It gets harder to do, right, going forward, because you've already put it out there, to the community, what you expect to do. But, you know, understanding where you're coming from and knowing you probably won't change your vote because of this argument, I want to say I share your sentiment, but because, you know what, if the superintendent doesn't go out in the community and have these conversations, there's nothing stopping us from doing so and essentially forcing the conversation on our terms. There's time for that. And we can insist on it, and it's not too late just because we put it in this resolution document. So,
Commissioner Adams.
Commissioner Powell, I have to disagree in terms of the sort of the framing of this as a tentative thing. This resolution does call for closing buildings, and either it complies with a policy or it doesn't comply with policy. And I guess I have to acknowledge, I think there needs to be some discussion here, and if we can be convinced that it complies with policy, okay, but Commissioner White, I wouldn't be so resigned. I mean, if it doesn't comply with policy, then we need to fix that, and we need to all stand up and say that we need to fix that. I may have gotten myself a little bit lost in the trees, or whatever, however that expression goes, because I have been out actually at every invitation to discuss facilities. I've actively, engaged my liaison schools that are affected and so on. So I feel like in certain realms, I've definitely saturated the process of public discourse. But if it's not compliant with the policy, and if there's no one here who can convince us that it is, then I think we do have to hold off. Because we can't knowingly vote for something that violates our own policy.
If I can,
And I came prepared to support this because of all, the work and the, negotiation and a lot of hard work. And it has all been done in good faith.
if I can, I do appreciate both you and Commissioner Powell's remarks, but it's going to sound a bit ironic. But I didn't make the statement to prevent an otherwise good piece of public policy from going forward. That is separate from what you just talked about. It is important part of public policy to implement your policy with fidelity. So there's two competing things working here. I'm assuming, and maybe I shouldn't make this assumption, but I think it's a safe assumption, that you all really appreciate and will draw that correct balance, and I suspect that you guys will vote in favor of this. I just think it is important to remind ourselves that, as you said, we have to implement and people have to respect the authority of the board when we issue policy. Now sometimes stuff happens where, your eye is on the prize, and the prize here is to get better buildings. Our buildings are on average 75 years old, and our kids deserve to have better buildings. And if we keep on putting this off, our kids aren't going to get better buildings. Having said that, I just wanted to offer, and I appreciate the fact that you clearly heard me, that this was an instance, and again, because I remember President Evans being there, I know I've asked on a number of occasions, did we go to the zone improvement teams? And you're right, I never did get an answer, but I don't want to belabor that. I've made my point, and I think our kids need new buildings, and I think this is the way to do it. Let's just remember this, though. The next time somebody says, and I know this has happened before.
To work like that.
Well, the next time somebody says, did we file board policy? Maybe we won't be so, as you said, we won't resign ourselves to the fact. And plus, the hope is, I saw our superintendent stand up there without somebody telling him, tell us what's going on with the recruitment. And he gave us a report in terms of how compliant his team was with that particular policy. So there's balance here. It worked. I saw them being very proactive, and then I see another instance where maybe it didn't work as we wanted it to. I'm okay with that, personally.
So is Commissioner White correct that we're violating our policy, or is there an argument that we're not violating our policy?
I'm willing to let that go, Mary.
No, I'm not, though, because...
Well, I mean, look, here's the bottom line. People can vote, if people think that the policy was not violated, they can vote no. If they think the policy was not violated, they can vote yes, as simple as that. I don't think that we need to have a long discussion about whether or not we violated our policy, because you're going to have to talk to each individual board member on what they thought. I'm going to take Commissioner White at his word in terms of him. He made his objection known, and it's on the record that going forward, that all of that will be taken into consideration. The one thing, the other point I'll make too, and I think Commissioner Powell, I agree with your point. There's time. It's not ultimate time. There are some things that are going to be immediate, but I think a lot of the stuff. I mean, you're looking at, for example, School 22, the 2020-2021 school year. I'll probably be in Hawaii by then, retired. So I mean, and there are things. I mean, the 54-30 to 30 school. That's a little bit more immediate. And also, there is a line in there where I think, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Superintendent and Madam Deputy Superintendent, that there's still more conversations to be had around schools
44,
44, 10, and 1. So
Okay.
I think that it's still an evolving process. The other
But,
point,
Mr. President?
the other point I want to make is that one of the reasons why this whole thing is even before us is because the board, and it's reflected in minutes somewhere, told the administration that we wanted a comprehensive facility policy, so we wouldn't be doing stuff piecemeal. We gave you a plan. We gave you that charge the end of 2011. And so this is where a lot of this has come from. Commissioner Powell.
I just want to ask you to reconsider your remarks just now.
I'm not, Commissioner Powell, well, I'm not going to reconsider any of my remarks. They're mine.
Just meditate on this tonight after the basketball game. If you really don't want this board weighing on this resolution on the basis of whether we believe the policy was followed, because you will lose 3 votes without even discussing the merits of the resolution. Those of us that are concerned about our board policy are weighing the question of whether we can swallow the difficulties that are presented by the breach of following board policy. And we're going to come to different conclusions, I'm almost certain of that. But, you don't want this resolution hanging on the question of whether we followed following our own policy. Maybe those are Supreme Court arguments, not relevant to this room.
I mean, let me tell you why I'm voting on this resolution. I listened to what Commissioner White said. He said, and this meeting's being taped, he said, I'm making my objections to this policy, but I didn't come here to hold this up tonight. He said that. And I'm in pretty good communication with board members. If Commissioner White would have said to me, Commissioner Evans, I want to hold up this policy tonight, I think we need to do this, then I would have taken a different tact. But I'll tell you that as an individual board member, as everyone else, I'm not going to change what I say, because I never asked anybody to change what they said.
I'm just asking you to listen to the tape, listen to what you said, and ask yourself, is that what you meant to say?
When I want to go to sleep at night, I will listen to the tape, it'll put me to sleep.
President Evans, Superintendent, are you comfortable asking our general counsel whether we're following policy? Because there is a difference. President Evans, with all due respect, there's a difference between having a difference of opinion and judgment that you can't live with the decision of the majority, but if you actually are identifying a failure to follow our own policy, and if you're correct, then that has to have implications for the decision. Do you follow?
Well,
So can we ask general counsel, are we in compliance with the school closure policy? And just for parents who are here, the school closure policy is new. It was not even in effect at the time when we started the facilities modernization consideration. So I can see, and we have had an exhaustive public process, at least where people were willing to participate, so.
I think, Commissioner, I don't know that you just answered the question. I appreciate what Commissioner White said, this was a exhaustive process. And there's, I'm not a lawyer, but I won't.
Thank goodness.
And I don't want to go into debate what the spirit of the law versus the execution. And I do think that every members of this community will say that this was probably scrutinized and put up there for a longer period of time than ever before. Also, it did engage in the process, and I don't know if you know about the internal democratic process, but this was generated first through an internal democratic process, meaning that we have members of the public that were part of the school review things and other things. So back to suggest from the beginning this was very comprehensive, with incredible scrutiny and amount of input. And I suspect, I can't speak from Commissioner White, but that what he's saying is that while as a lawyer he might say that might not meet every letter of the law or the policy, I'm sorry, but in execution, what he saw in the theater operation or the democratic public square that I think you appreciate and value as a commissioner, that was met or exceeded expectation in terms of discussion in the public square.
Well, let me just correct you a bit. I've always been honest with you, Bo, and it did not exceed my expectations. I want to be honest. What I see is the finish line, and the finish line is where I think you want our kids to be, and where I think everybody wants this community to be, which is to have our kids have better schools.
All right.
But I don't want to diminish the argument that I have made and that Commissioner Powell and Commissioner Adams are trying to make. Because I do not disagree with anything they've said, and I think it is important that where it is possible, that the spirit and the letter, for lack of a better phrase, these are our laws, ought to be followed. And what would have been exhaustive, what would have been complete, is if we complied with our school closure policy, which we spent a lot of time in an exhaustive, deliberative way defining. Because again, what is the purpose of creating laws if you don't comply with them, if you only comply with them when it's convenient, or when you can establish another standard by which you can say, oh, well, this is what you would have wanted done anyways, even though this is how I'm defining it. But listen, Superintendent Vargas, President Evans, I heard Commissioner Cruz whisper, we got to move this thing, and it's true, we do. We have to give our kids better schools, but you know what? We've served our purpose, because there is not a person in this room who's not going to remember this conversation. And I'm going to make sure you don't forget it, because the next time this comes up,
that's for sure,
and we have not had a policy that has been complied with fidelity, I will be the first person to play this tape and say, listen, we showed the flexibility before, but at a certain point, the law is the law, the spirit is the spirit, and the word is the word, and you have it. And everybody sitting in here listening knows we've been down this road. Don't say, oh, you know, you've never been flexible, you've never been willing to give. We gave, and you got, and our kids got, right? But that's why I say, let's let it go.
But you're not willing to give, because you're saying you're going to take this position. No one has done more exhaustive public work on this process than I have. And so now I'm in a position of being told that we're violating policy because we didn't follow the school closure policy, and you're going to vote against it and make that stake. If you're correct, then I'm not going to vote for it. But if you're not correct, I want to move the work that I've been a part of. And so I'm feeling very antagonized by this, because no one has done more effort in terms of public outreach on this board than I have. So I've engaged publicly, and yet you're suggesting that we haven't done an adequate public outreach according to policy. So it's making me feel in a very, very difficult position to support this.
Yeah, but what I would say is, Mary, then just reconcile it. If you know you did more than
that's not the point. That's not the point.
No, I understand what you're saying, but I'm saying if you believe in good faith, you were out there and you saw members of this team do what they needed to do to reach out, right? And while it wasn't compliant, maybe you can sit here and weigh the balance and say, hey, you know what, I'll vote for it this time. I can't do that, but you may be able to. There may be 6 other people that can do that. I think that's why Commissioner Evans is saying, let's just let people vote. And if somebody sits there and says, I can't do it, then you can't do it, right?
Anything else on 522 through 542?
Call the question.
I'll do a roll call vote, starting with Commissioner Adams.
No.
We're voting on 522 through 542. Are you voting no on all?
No. On the facilities modernization.
So you vote no on 522 and yes to 523 through 542. So no to 542 and yes to all the rest of them.
Point of personal privilege. I don't think I got an opportunity to ask questions on other resolutions.
Oh, you still have questions on other ones?
Yes.
But you just called the question.
I actually thought it was just on that
Oh, yeah,
particular
no, we're
resolution.
voting on 522
All right,
through 542.
okay, go ahead.
So, Commissioner Adams on 522 through 542?
Can you come back to me, please?
Yes, I can.
Yes
Commissioner
to
Campbell?
all.
Commissioner Cruz?
Yes to all.
Commissioner White?
Yes to everything but 542, and that is no.
Okay, Commissioner Elliott? Sorry.
Yes.
Commissioner Powell? Commissioner Adams?
Okay.
Commissioner Adams?
No on 531 and no on 542.
And I vote aye. Yeah. Nope. Just Commissioner. Yep. Okay. Resolution number 543 is an information management technology resolution. There was asked that this be sent to ESA committee.
I'd make a motion to table that and send it to ESA. And again, the discussion we had in committee was we were going to move this thing forward before ESA.
So this will come back at the, April meeting.
That's right. We've already put it on our agenda for ESA.
Which,
Resolution 543,
is that the virtual?
virtual learning. Why don't we make a motion to just send it to ESA? Yeah. Yeah.
Which number is that?
Yeah, I'm gonna send it, I'll just remand this to ESA, Resolution 543, and it'll come back in April and we'll vote on it then.
Right.
Okay? When's the ESA meeting, Commissioner White?
I said it earlier on.
yes,
Was it,
April 15th?
April 15th?
whatever, yeah.
Tax day.
Tax day.
Do we need a motion to withdraw this from the package tonight? Is that what's proper to do?
Oh, I tabled. I thought we tabled.
Your table.
But-
It's not tabled.
It's not tabled because you're gonna be discussing it in ESA.
Why wouldn't it be tabled here?
Well, I'm saying, why don't you just make a motion to send it to ESA, because it's procedural, but I mean, if it's tabled, technically, we shouldn't be dealing back with it unless it comes back to this table.
Oh, I didn't know that means
Yeah.
you couldn't talk
Right.
about it in committee.
Yeah, because it's tabled, it's tabled, so I would just make a motion to send it to ESA. Can I get a motion to send it to ESA?
I'll make,
Move, second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, 543, we'll take it up next meeting. Yes.
I have to ask that the board reconsider Resolution 531 in light of the change to Resolution 542. And I picked this up by eavesdropping on Mary's no vote. Resolution 531 is a resolution to do CIP work for School 44. And that's part of the conversation about the School 1, School 10, School 44 conversation. Could the board reconsider tabling, do we really want to extend a contract at this point in time for capital improvement work if, in fact, we come to the conclusion this is the school we're going to take offline? And I don't think we have enough information. I think the best thing we could do is simply hold off on extending a contract until we get a little more information.
Okay, well, I would just note, just from a parliamentary perspective, we voted on it. We're talking about something that we voted on already.
Motion to reconsider.
But,
We can hold it up. We will hold it up ourselves so that there's no contract issued until there's resolution.
Not that we answer your question, but in that way, and we can communicate to you. I guess your concern is not to spend money
Right.
unnecessarily.
Right, and if as we circle back around, we realize that we're going to need School 44 for the next 5 or 10 years anyway, then my concern is not founded. But
And we'll let you know.
Depends what you do.
We'll let you know. The point well taken, by the way, even though I understand President Evans.
Okay.
But we can hold it up.
Yeah, thank you.
okay, next is other, 544 through 563. I'll entertain a motion for 544 through 563.
So moved.
Second.
Second. 544 through 563. Questions around 544 through 563?
Mr. President, on Resolution 549, that apparently is a resolution that deals with the extending tenure by 1 year, which would give the superintendent the authority to extend tenure by 1 year. I believe, and I could be wrong about this, but I thought this was tabled previously because there was a concern about whether the superintendent had the legal authority to do that without the board, whether the board had the capacity under the law to, well, actually, whether the board could abdicate its responsibility in this regard. And I think there was a decision, and Bethany, you may have brought this up, I don't know where I heard this, Marshall versus Pittsburgh.
Marshall versus Pittsburgh.
It's a Fourth Department case, and it seemed to imply that the board couldn't just walk away from this responsibility, and this particular resolution would seem to do that. Rather than have you respond today, and of course, if Dr. Vargas wants you to, that's fine. My suggestion would be to table this because it looks like it's the same resolution, unless it was tweaked or changed a bit. It looks like it was the same resolution that was before us before. We had it tabled. I thought that was the issue, and it looks like it's the same wording, and I could be wrong. I don't know.
What I wasn't aware of the actual reason why the resolution was tabled previously. But the questions that you're asking are really legal questions, so it would probably be a better conversation in executive session or offline to have that conversation.
And you are still an attorney, even though
I
you're
am.
running
I am. If I wasn't, I wouldn't have said that.
So I would recommend you want to make that motion? For
Yes,
549?
I have. Yep.
So there's a motion for 549 to table until we get these legal questions around Marshall versus Pittsburgh, Marbury versus Madison.
Kramer versus Kramer.
Dealt with. That was about federalism, ladies and gentlemen. I can give you guys a lesson.
All right. Are you a lawyer?
I played one on TV. All those in favor of tabling 549, please say aye.
Aye. You didn't need a second on it?
Did we get a second? I got a second from Jose Cruz. And then back to 544 through 563, with the exception of 549.
I have a question.
Yes.
On 546. I didn't understand really what was being asked.
Can we go back to this 549? Because I think that we did what we were asked.
But we just tabled it, so we gotta.
We'll have to talk
but
about
we can talk about it in executive session.
And then, okay.
546.
Yeah, what is being asked exactly here? What are we?
546?
It was 546. It was unclear to me.
This is your Title I.
We initially, for SAS services, sought the use of Title I SAS money that we have to set aside. We also have written some grant applications, SIG grant applications and SIF grant applications, other applications that are now applicable to offering extended services to our children, and just want to be procedurally correct that we don't just say it's Title I money, but that it's SAS could be offered through a SIF grant, a SIG grant, or Title I money.
Okay. And so why is it necessary to do
Because
this?
our original resolution just says Title I SAS money. It does not include the other grant funds.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
I'm sorry. I got all these folks whispering to me.
Mr. President.
What are we waiting on?
He's conferring with counsel.
But I missed something.
It's getting deep here, yeah.
Anything else on 544 through 563?
Just a quick question. In regards to 552,
Yes.
the resolution with Cambridge Education for the 360 assessments with the, who is this targeted to assess? Is it just the principals? Because I see teacher and leadership effectiveness.
This is a requirement under the New York State regulation for priority and focus schools for us to conduct surveys of our constituents. It actually is a survey about schools for students, teachers, parents, school administrators. Everybody takes a survey. It actually gauges the temperature. We actually look at this as a very positive way to gauge school climate and culture and what all the constituent stakeholders think. It's also funded by New York State specifically for these purposes.
I'm just curious about, and you may not know this, and it's okay. You can get back to me on it. For 258,000, how many assessments will they be disseminating?
I can get back to you on that. I don't know the exact number, but we are targeting all students, all parents, all teachers, all administrators. So I can get back to you with an actual number of assessments.
Anything else on 544 through 563, with the exception of the one that was tabled? All right. 544 through.
I do have just one quick question. If
Yes.
someone could just very quickly tell me, because I think I know I asked a question about 545. Is this a new, deals with teen court, pure court. Is this a new contract or is this a modification of an existing contract? By the language of the last paragraph, it seems like it's a new contract.
It's a modification of an existing contract.
It's a modification of an existing
No,
contract.
hold on. I don't want to give you wrong information
All right.
here.
Oh, yeah, this came up in our work session, didn't it?
Right, yeah.
This was the contract for this school year to partner in the funding of teen court and peer court. It is not a modification of an existing contract.
It's new?
So it's new for this year.
Was the funding different last year? Was it a different amount?
Yes, it was.
And was it 50,000, I thought I heard?
Yes.
Yeah, correct.
Why the drastic reduction?
Because of a budget condition that we face, and you're going to hear this more and more through the budget process. I got someone who called me and I said, well, you're becoming now recognized for dealing with good budgeted and aligning your priority. And, it's either, and this is good values. I believe that Commissioner Evans are going through this program and all, and we appreciate, but given our fiscal condition, we're taking serious measure pretty much. Actually, we're getting good response from some people. They recognize when we say to them that we have to align our priority and that we don't want to put this community through the pain that we've been in the past, meaning like we try to fund everything, but then when we say we're cutting art, music, sport, extracurricular activity, which by the way is part of youth development that we cannot afford it. Now, if the health of the district in terms of finance improve or the state, we definitely will look into support it. I believe the city does the same thing. Try to reduce, and the reason is because the city has a budget gap, just pretty much like anything else. So you will see that throughout the budget that we are going through aligning our resources in a more targeted way so that we can do, as you saw and I continue to say to you, that the best preventive or social development is to give people, it's like what Anita called it, enrichment, rather than always reacting. And again, this is a program that has a great values. I'd be the first one to give them a letter and help them do fundraising. And if the district were in a position to support our priority in addition to this, that we would definitely, and this is a support that we are giving them. It's not like we totally withdrawing.
I think when this came up before, and Willa, you might have said it was a work session, I don't know what it was, but I remember asking about this And one of my questions was, if this is in fact an across the, what's that? Was it I think it was finance where this came up.
Well, this didn't go through finance. This was in our work session.
Was it a work session?
It was our board work session 2 weeks ago.
And one of the questions that I asked is, if this is in response to our financial difficulties, is there a matrix or is there a way in which we can assess whether we're doing this in a methodical, consistent, equitable way? In other words, was this reduction chosen because this effort did not produce the results it needed to produce? If it was generating the results that it needed to produce and others were not, why weren't they cut? So I'm going to vote yes for this, but again, I would need some context in which we're making these kinds of decisions to cut certain programs and not others. You know, there's no matrix about how successful this program is, whether, and it's prevention, so you know how prevention is the first to get cut, unfortunately. But if we're going to do this, we've got to understand at least I think we should understand how these decisions are being made, and what value are you putting on certain programs and not on others, and why from 50,000 to 7,500, because Tom Richards and people at 30 Church Street say we should cut it because they cut theirs, so we're going to cut ours. You know, Tom Richards doesn't, you know.
Let me say for the record, I never said that was directed. I use that as an example that when organization or government entity are under financial stress, you begin to do things, you're doing a lot of things. Yeah. And then you take a thorough assessment of the organization. I say, what is that we can do best? And I will say to you that if you have a place like Monroe, it costs $250,000 to put a football team. African-American male and Latino male, one form of engagement is to have well-rounded sport in our school. But one of the reasons, I suspect, the reason the Rochester City School District offered the least amount of sport, art, or music to our kids is that we're spread so widespread into wonderful things that we're doing. But we need to, if we are going to accomplish that goal, which I think is the goal of the board, that we're going to have to, unfortunately, focus our resources to align it to our particular priority of improving our school. Because people will tell you, places like Monroe, for example, payment, that if a kid wants to play football in one of high school with 1,000 young men and young women, that we don't offer that to them.
Commissioner Campos and then Commissioner Powell.
So one of the things that I'll ask, because I'm sure that there's going to be many more of these types of instances, is you have to help, similar to what Commissioner White's saying, you have to help lead us towards how did you make that decision? Because when we just read a resolution, or honestly, if I have to question it, I'm like, well, then maybe there's something that's going on. So if you can be open and transparent with that, like I understand the rationale with Monroe and the fact that we're adding more athletics, it still doesn't say to me that this was the right decision in order to be able to do that. So what I ask is more upfront information in these types of decisions so that it makes it a lot easier, more digestible to be able to make those types of decisions.
Commissioner Powell.
Yeah, this resolution is basically, if our previous funding levels was 50,000 and it's going down to 7,500, we're basically, the choice that we're being presented is to reduce the program by 85%. Or reduce it by 100%. That's the choice in front of us. And we're not, the choice is not to fully fund it to the same level it was last year. And I don't see anybody making a resolution to that effect. But now this resolution, ultimately the resolved is for teen court to remain in one high school. So my suggestion is that we gather the data on all of the high school, in a proactive fashion, all the data in the high schools that had teen court up until this year, and we watch the outcomes. And we look to see, in a retrospective way, the impact that teen court had when it was there. And then after a single year, we make an assessment, was the cost of prevention too high, or was the cost of prevention appropriate? If it doesn't change the fundamental levels of violence or disruptive behavior, then clearly offering the students some other venues and enrichment opportunities was of equal value. But if we see that violence and disruptive behavior goes up, even as enrichment is being introduced, then I think it's a no-brainer that we'll have the data we need by this time next year to change course. We will actually be able to measure the impact of prevention.
All right, anything else on 544 through 563?
Yes, just a couple of quick questions. I'm trying to get some sense of what the timeline on this. So this $7,500 is for the period March 29th through June 30th?
You want to answer that?
So I'm trying to understand here what we're voting on.
We are only one of like 4 or 5 funders of this. We aren't a sole funder of this program.
Right.
And if I can explain something, teen court is a referral from city court.
Right.
So peer court is in Vanguard, okay? So there's 2 different programs here that's funded. They did a little work with peer court in East High School last year with the funding, but they weren't very successful because they had trouble recruiting kids to get involved. They're in Vanguard this year because Vanguard has the law program, and it's connected with their curriculum. So there's peer court at Vanguard, and then teen court handles more of the referrals out of city court. So if one of our students gets arrested, let's say they go to city court, it's a referral process from a city court judge into the teen court program, and then they go that route to satisfy their charge.
All right, so what is this $7,500 I'm paying for?
That helps fund the program. The program runs all year, but the $7,500 just helps fund the program where we're only one of, let's say, 5 funders. So we're just adding to the pot.
So the dates are arbitrary?
But we used to add $50,000 to that pot.
Correct.
We're now adding $7,500 to that pot.
Correct.
And then excuse me, and overall, how much was the pot altogether with all of the 5 funders?
I would have to get back to you on that. I am not sure.
Does our reduction of almost 43,000, 42,000 and a half, I mean, what's the impact, what impact is that going to have on this particular program? By us reducing that amount of money without notice?
I would have to ask.
I can tell you this, I understand the executive director has left, Cookie Waller.
All right. And all right, so what problem do we run into if we table this until next month?
They will give you money.
If I might, Commissioner Cruz, I presented a budget to you last year.
Mr. Superintendent, I understand that. I understand that. But, I also have to look at scales of justice or injustice here. We have a $750 million budget in this district. And you can't tell me that we can't find $47,000 to support something that has gotten some pretty good press over the years. Now, you're probably closer to this than I am, judging from the conversation we had at our last, we actually discussed this in finance. There seemed to be something very good about this program. And I think back to Commissioner White's point, that is that, we've got to be very careful that we're not being perceived as being arbitrary in terms of how we are making decisions about reductions in funding. And we had the same discussion in our finance committee, by the way, and we discussed this with Mr. Ambrose in terms of being able to communicate what criteria the district is using to make these kinds of decisions that are having this kind of impact on services and organizations. I'm one to think that if it's justifiable, that it makes sense, that it meets with Common Core, that it meets with the core services of our district. I'm the first one to say, okay, dump it and get rid of it. But if I'm being questioned and I don't have an answer to that, then I think that's a problem for us. Because we've got to be able to say to people, the reason why this is happening this way is because A, B, C, and D. And that's got to be consistent from one thing to the other so we don't run into a problem here.
That's an excellent question. What I'm saying to this board is that last year, we expanded services even though we closed a 44 million budget gap. And I can continue. I could tell you that if I take you to Wilson today, the school that I'm so proud Malik went there, they had one of the best music programs there, just 7, 8 years ago. Today I talk to parents and they're saying to me, I don't have the band that I used to have 5 years ago. That in order for me to give them a full-time music teacher, I'm gonna have to find you as a board, gonna have to find those dollars somewhere. And that if it will continue, which by the way, when you say arbitrary decision, that's a very important question. All I'm saying is that the decision that this board need to offer to our partner is that we are aligning our priority to our first line of responsibility. Like for example, Wilson High School. I do believe that if you're going to attract family there, you don't just rebuild the IB program, but you're going to have to rebuild all the services like the bands and music program. I had a conversation with Commissioner White and Commissioner Evans, and they had an interesting in the district-wide band for music and choir. And I think it's great. I think it's substandard, but if I say great, I'm gonna have to say, but how are we gonna pay for it if I'm taking you serious? So now I do think that the alignment of resources is gonna cause some discomfort, but I submit to you as your superintendent that this board can no longer afford it to spend money on everything. That if we are going to strengthen our school, we're gonna have to focus relentless, our resources, our energy, and just having our school well-funded with art, music, sport, extracurricular activity. So I have said that we're going to have our school like middle-class type of school. It won't happen, I will tell you. And you will see, not just on this situation, this is a very important discussion. I appreciate you raising the question, a very valid, that Commissioner Campus, you as well, and everyone on this board. Yes, we need to be transparent and be able to say to our public that is not arbitrary, that is methodically, that is basic on sound judgment, and it's not like single-handling one person or one agency or one group or one program.
Commissioner Elliott and then Commissioner Powell.
I think we have to keep in mind, as the superintendent has indicated, that we have to close a budget gap. And if we want to begin to talk about trying to save specific programs, then we probably need to have a conversation in the future when these contracts come due about reducing salaries and reducing benefits so that we have the money. Remember, the state doesn't have a whole lot of money anymore. There's not a whole lot of money available where we can just, even though they may be good programs, but the board and the superintendent has identified certain priorities. And I think that because we have identified certain priorities and the community has told us what they think that our priorities should be, that we should align ourselves around that. And so here's my concern. If we decide that we're going to increase this resolution to $50,000, what are some other good programs that are going to come down that we're going to also say that these programs need to be increased as well, or we need to retain those programs, when in fact we have some serious financial issues? And I would say to my colleagues that we have to take that into consideration as well. Our job in part is financial oversight. And so I don't know if people have been calling you all about this particular program, but at some point we have to say to people, it may be a good program, but we don't have the money for it. I hear what you're saying in terms of determining what the criteria is, but even when we determine what the criteria is, there are going to be some programs that have done good stuff that we're going to have to eliminate, particularly when you got 70-something% of our budget that's based on personnel costs. So if we want to keep those programs, I would recommend to my colleagues that we begin to talk when the contracts come due. We begin to tell our people, those people that no increases, we can't afford it, if we want to keep these other programs. So I would offer that for our consideration. We've got some serious issues that we have to deal with. They're going to be painful, but if we're going to close our budget, if we're going to have a balanced budget, I think that we have to consider, we have to weigh what's our priorities. We've determined our priorities. Are we going to align with those priorities? Or when something comes up, are we going to get, emotional and maybe that's not the right word, so forgive me for that. Let me just say that it may be a good program. But if it's a good program, we don't have the money for it, we just don't have the money for it. Thank you.
Commissioner Powell.
Well, actually, Commissioner Elliott, nobody has yet offered an amendment to this resolution to raise it to $50,000. That's really not what we're talking about. What I heard Commissioner White say and continue to say is we don't have a very good sense of the impact. And I apologize for being so direct about this, but Superintendent, your answer doesn't answer that challenge. The cause and effect between reducing this contract, reducing this offering isn't necessarily a direct tie to the question. The question is, what do we know about the effectiveness of this program? And this same question came up 2 weeks ago. And I think there was a failure to communicate because whoever was in the room hearing the board didn't take notes, or if they did take notes, did not pass them on to Lori because she came to us unprepared to answer those questions. So under these circumstances, it occurs to me that we're not undoing any of Dr. Vargas's work by tabling this resolution. And I think that Commissioner Cruz's point is well taken. No one has presented us an argument that tabling this resolution will have in itself a detrimental effect. So let's take the time and get the information. And if the same resolution comes before us next month with the same dollar value, then so long as there's an explanation with it and some data, hopefully then we can have a more harmonious outcome and vote on that question.
Commissioner White.
Yeah, I was just going to say that I think in addition to the point you just made, I think what Commissioner Cruz and what Commissioner Campos have said is there's the broader issue. I clearly heard Melissa say this, I think. There's a broader issue of how we're going to approach this. If we are in tight financial times, and I think I heard you say, Dr. Vargas, that this wasn't going to be the only time this is going to happen. We have to have a framework for doing this, which Commissioner Cruz says it sort of leaves us in a way that no one can suggest that these decisions are arbitrary. And to the extent we have resolutions that don't really describe what the context is for making these decisions, that shows that they are fair and consistently applied, it makes it difficult. So I think there's a whole host of reasons why and if anybody's suspicious that we're doing this to help somebody, some contractor out there, understand this probably would hurt them, because I'm suggesting that we table this and that we get some answers to the questions. And then, Willa, you're right. I mean, I didn't talk about it, but I was very specific in our meeting. And it went beyond, what was this a mid-year cut? I asked what was the context in which we were making these cuts. And again, to put it in a general framework will help us down the road. So this is not just about this particular contract. Because again, Dr. Vargas, you're saying this is going to happen some more.
I think that my advice to the board is look at your priority clear and look at your first line of priority, second line, and if you're going to improve the school, I submit to you, at least making a middle class like with art, music, sport, extracurricular activity, you're going to have to do business like most people do. In terms of, I have a tremendous value for the teen court. I think that's important. They are other entity and group that I support in this program. That this program, you know, it obviously is no sole the responsibility of the district, although we want to be an ally and partner. But given our budget situation and the priority that you have for budgeted for me, unless we become a highly disciplined organization, which is what I'm trying to introduce, by the way. I have said that from day one. People have said to me, you have done great things. I said, I haven't done anything until we become more disciplined, more accountable, and more result-oriented. In terms which I think Commissioner Power actually is talking about, you know, we need to take some look at, see if you see different outcome or different result. And I think that's a very wise monitoring of things. But we can no longer afford, and I could tell you that you'll be sending a message to the community that every program up there that we can continue to afford. We no longer end up, if we are going to do what I promised to deliver for you.
Commissioner Campbell.
So I'll just say it again. So what I ask, and you continually say that, show us the evidence as to how you're making these decisions, as opposed to the broad-based goals in terms of arts and music. Be more specific. Help us to support you by giving that evidence, because it's very challenging to be able to support those decisions when we feel, and I'm speaking for myself, feel a little bit blind about it. So that's why I'm saying provide us the evidence, as opposed to being very broad-based in terms of what, you know, the challenges are. Be specific so that we can then have some context for the decisions, and also we can be consistent when we're making these decisions. And we may have to cut, just as Commissioner Elliott said, we may have to cut some very valuable programs. And yeah, it's, you know what, it's going to be tough, but having the evidence makes it a whole lot easier when we have that.
The evidences are, and I believe, and I'm sorry that I'm failing to give you the evidence. The evidence, as I said, begin with, what is a budget? The budget is a statement of value and priority. So what are our priorities? So I don't know any educator or community member that would come to this board and put pressure that in order to run a school, middle class like Wilson, that we had to attach a teen court to all our school. But I do know that we need to attach a good music program. I suspect, Commissioner Campbell, that the reason that we had the Wilson of the world and the Monroe and our school, with the lack of resources that they have, is, like Commissioner Cruz said, it's not because we don't have the dollars, but how are we spending the dollars? So I don't have any problem, at least when I'm explaining it to the community, that they understand it, that if we are going to improve what we offer in that educational menu, that we're going to have to, from a broad range of things that we're doing, we're going to have to downsize and focus to that reality. That's the best information, because a lot of this program didn't go with metric to begin with. Mm-hmm. So I think that's what Commissioner Power is talking about, which is a very, very important one. Now, believe me, I totally understand. I don't say for every program you have to have a metric or everything, but there is no, other than I could tell you as a superintendent, as a board of education, we have a fiduciary responsibility to make sure that places like Wilson or any school doesn't deny opportunity that kids take for granted in most average school in America.
Yeah, and what I would add to that argument, and what was interesting that Lori said was they tried the peer court program at East. It didn't work. They took it out, and they said, you know what, it would be much more fitting because of the law program at Vanguard. So it seems like there was intention behind it. It was supposed to be something to enrich, something that, for students. So to that point, it sounds like that is something that would add value to the students at that high school.
Actually-
I don't know. I would like to see the evidence to be able to say that I'm just saying, it sounds like it was very focused in where it was placed.
That school is brand new, it's about 3 years already,
I'm
has some
familiar.
serious issue. I don't think that the Commission on Education will tell this board or me that the lack of tennis court in that particular school is what we need to do. I think that what they will say is you gotta make sure that you have a solid, well-run, with solid program, and I don't think that that would be in the first year. It's sort of like when we all do this all the time. Like, we would like to have 3 things, but we only can afford 2. And again, Commissioner Campus, I think your challenge is well valid, but the best information, taking into account what Commissioner Power is saying that I could give you, is our priority. It's that wanted to do 3 things, but only being able to afford 2. In our case, right now, we are denying our children opportunity that they had it in the 1980 that they don't have today. I think I have made that argument throughout this community. And we as a board, and I'm part of your board, need to understand that's the best explanation that I can be. I cannot give the child less education than they were getting in the 80s and 90s. And I'm talking about well-rounded. Commissioner White just cited the values of the arts as contribute to student achievement. So I think that what I've been saying has research behind and not just making this up.
Anything else on resolutions 544 through 563?
Oh, sorry.
Commissioner Adams.
Dr. Murphy, I know you already took a question on 546, but just a quick question on the magnitude. This is the SAS that asks for funding from other than Title I, use of general fund and school innovation fund for the programs that were already contracted for earlier this year.
Right, we're not asking for an increase in the funding for those programs. What we're asking is to be able to use a variety of different funding sources.
But what's the magnitude of those other funding sources? Because we understood it to be Title I. And I hear you that some of the things may not meet requirements and we don't want to violate the law. But what is the magnitude of the differential?
Right now, we're talking about a small amount of SIF funding, which we didn't know was available. We had written a SIF grant for school number 9 that added a reading program to the after-school program. That contract is not increasing, but school number 9 had no Title I SAS funds to pay for it. They used their Title I SAS funds for other things in their expanded day program that were title eligible. And so they can use SIF funds for that program in their school.
Magnitude of general funds?
0.
Okay. So it's just that one example at School 9?
Right now, that's what we're, yes. Yep, but
Anticipated magnitude throughout the school year for...
we don't think anything right now, but we don't know, right? It depends on what SIG grants we get between now and the end of the school year, and if some of those things would be expedited through this contract. But for right now, that's what we're looking at.
Is there a way for the board to be aware if there is a shift in use of general funds or other funds for SAS?
Yeah,
because
won't.
It seems like the Title I is a pretty large pot of money.
Well, it's not so much. It's not as large as you think. The Title I set aside is, right now, is 1% or 5% of the title budgets, right? And then that has to be parsed to each school based on free and reduced price lunch. So if you really look at what a school gets to spend from Title I for SAS services, it's relatively small amounts of money. There is no general fund money right now that we're talking about for these contracts. It's only Title I or SIF or SIG funds if a school gets those SIF or SIG funds.
Thanks.
Okay, anything else on 544 through 563?
Just make a motion to table if there's, I don't want to make the motion unless somebody somebody else got something else to say, but I'd make a motion to table.
The only question I would ask.
Table what?
5:45.
The only question I would ask is, then what? What's the plan in the interim?
Well, do we have, if I may, sir, do we have special meetings coming up in the next couple of weeks? No,
We have budget meetings. Everything we have is related to budget, so we have special meetings related to the budget.
So, but we have special, within the next couple of weeks, if we need to put it on agenda in one of those meetings, I think we could, right?
We could put it at the end of a public meeting for the budget on
So there are
April
plenty of
2nd.
opportunities in the next 2 weeks to bring this back.
But I would just say that any conversations that happen, the work stuff needs to happen before a meeting. Because we can't hash this stuff out in a meeting. So, I mean, there's some directive that needs to be given to staff, either increase it by X amount or whatever that is.
No. Well,
I mean, because what are we going to do in another meeting?
No, I would think we could begin with the questions that Commissioner Campos and Commissioner Cruz have placed, and that I placed earlier on, which is, what's the context in which we're making these decisions? You know, we're going to have to do this before. Let's draw out a matrix, and then as the first example, use Resolution 545
as a template.
As a template for doing this, right? And then present that at that special meeting, or actually present it to us in advance so that we can, look at it. But if this is going to happen, this isn't a waste of time. This is something we need to be doing anyway.
So any other discussion before Commissioner White makes his motion? Just want to make sure everyone got it all out. All right, Commissioner White.
Yeah, I'd make a motion to table, and in the interim, that the administration provide some context for these types of decisions and use as the first template example this Resolution 545 Teen Corner. And the explanation would have to go above and beyond. We're in tight financial times, and we respect this, Superintendent Vargas.
Commissioner Assembly.
Probably was a lot easier too, I bet. That above and beyond the explanation, which is a legitimate explanation, we're in tight financial times, we have to make some decisions. The decisions often go in favor of music and the arts. We appreciate that and understand that. But beyond that, how are you making these decisions? When you say we got other budget priorities, what are those things that you're looking at?
Okay, motion table requires a motion. Is there a motion? Motion, a second?
Second.
Second, all right, go straight to vote, no discussion, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, ayes have it. All right, anything, unfinished business from previous meetings, none.
Oh, I'm sorry, we voted to table.
Oh, that's right,
We didn't vote.
for 544 through 560, for the rest. Can I have a motion for the rest of the resolutions?
So
moved, is there a second?
I think there might already be a motion and a second on the table.
There is one, I think you're correct. Is there a motion in the second on the table already? Okay. Okay, good. All right, any further discussion on the rest of those resolutions? Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. I'm sorry, noes?
Opposed to 552.
552.
And let me just check before you all close it off, about 549. 549 table, all right, so just 552.
552, okay. No. Okay, we'll now move to unfinished business from previous meeting, none. New business, student attendance and withdrawal policy is a discussion item. School uniform policy is a discussion item, and Medicaid compliance and health-related services is a discussion item. Commissioner Cruz, anything you want to say about these things?
No, already discussed it.
Mr. President?
Commissioner Powell?
Now, I was involved in the policy committee every step of the way for all three of those, but something came up that put part of that uniform policy into focus for me.
So that's number, school uniform policy. Okay.
School uniform policy. Several of our schools are using the school uniforms, well, we'll call it rule, if not policy, as it stands today, as a fundraising exercise. If you bring in $1 for the United Way, you can get yourself a buy on wearing the uniform for that day. And I know this is happening in at least 2 schools, because I have kids in at least 2 schools. And it's happened in both of them. So I wonder if we may not, and I wouldn't hold up the policy as written right now, but it seems to me we have another aspect of the policy that we need to consider and possibly look at amending this almost as soon as we've passed it, in order to provide some clarity on that question too.
This could be like our gun law.
Well, it's, you know, when my 8-year-old says, "Mommy, can I have $1 so I can not wear a uniform on Thursday?" And I say, "Alex, you don't have to wear your uniform anyway." And he's like, "Oh no, Mom, you are wrong. I absolutely have to wear my uniform, but can I have $1 so I won't have to wear a uniform?" That's a kind of an interesting conversation to have. So, thank you.
Yeah,
President
Commissioner
Evans,
Elliott.
again, on the school uniform policy, one of the issues that I had, a parent called me that said that her child had wore the uniform, but it was a different style, and that the principal penalized the student for not having the right kind of uniform on. And I would like to have our policy to some way to address that issue, because we shouldn't have a child penalized or suspended from school because he wore the wrong uniform. The parent was really adamant about that. So, Freddie Thomas, let me just put it out there. This has been now probably a couple of months or so.
Yeah, I just wanted to know that we send a reminder to all the principal, council.
I think that's implicit in our current the way we've written it out now, because, you know, there is some latitude there. There's some exceptions made for religious reasons and other things.
Yeah, I hope she would have been here so I can just have said it when she was here.
No,
I think it's one of those policies that sort of created itself over the years, and people no one has centrally said, no, you cannot do this, you can't do that. So people just created it from building the building. What this is saying is, this is the message from central office to all the districts. You cannot kick a kid out because he doesn't have a uniform. You can't penalize a child because they don't have the right uniform. You can't do any of that, and we can't buy them for it. So that's basically the essence of the policy. And I think the staff is really working to communicate that all the way down to building level of what they can and cannot do. And if there is a policy, it's a suggested policy. And if somebody wants to come in, you know, because for religious reasons, they can come in, you know, with garb and all that kind of stuff. So I think this really sends the central message out, and then and we're working with all the building level people to understand it.
I haven't read it closely, but I thought it had, the reference was around gifts, making it.
We can't.
Okay, you can't.
Yeah,
you can't buy.
Right, because we're at.
So does it contain what we have just had a conversation about around not kicking a kid out?
Yes, it does, specifically
Okay,
says
I haven't
that you
read it
cannot
completely.
basically penalize a child because they don't have a uniform.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, the Syracuse game is just starting in the second half. I want to at least catch the last 5 minutes. Syracuse is winning. Yeah. So, anything else on these policies? Okay, under new business, Commissioner Adams, you have something you wanted to, that you sent a memo about that you just want to say, if you touch on briefly, and then I'll refer it to committee.
Very briefly, I forwarded to commissioners, and it's posted on board docs, a pair of resolutions that aim to establish some clarity regarding the district's current stance toward the district charter compact that was approved under prior administration, prior board in 2010, and also a related organization that is a sort of an ideological think tank that is in favor of privatization, strong proponent of charter schools and so on. So I'm asking the board to examine those artifacts, if you will, of a prior administration.
Thanks. I'm going to refer that to the Finance Committee, because any things related to grants or anything else has financial implications. It's important I think that it's important to understand what impact that would have from a financial perspective. So I ask that Commissioner Powell, your committee, take up those resolutions that Commissioner Adams has proposed. Thank you. Anything else under new business? No, we just have a very brief executive session, right, Ms. Centrone? I think it's just 1 or 2 resolutions? 1. Raise your hand if you have a day off tomorrow. Yeah, lucky you, I don't, so, all right. Motion to go into executive session? Second? Aye, executive session. Yeah.